Hello everybody, good morning. Good morning to all of you. I'm Lisa Burke and I'm upstairs. There's a little bit of feedback because I can hear myself being repeated back to me. My main role right now is to get you all to sit down in the main part of the hall. So you'll have to leave your tables, leave those chairs and main hall, and we're going to start in just a couple of minutes. So please take a seat, and we're going to have 2 opening talks, and then the rest of the morning will be interviews with all of you. So please take a seat. Hello everyone and welcome to the 54th edition of the Jonk Fuerscher Young Science Persons Competition here in Luxembourg. I'm Lisa Burke and it's a real honour to be with you through the course of the morning where every one of you will be interviewed alongside the jury members of course, but also for this live stream. We're here in the centre of Luxembourg in the Forum, which is of course very well known for all of the schools that are surrounding the Forum here. Little bit of feedback which we're going to fix, but stay with us. I'm upstairs in the room up here and I'm going to have some speakers coming up, but most of you will be interviewed at your booth down in the main hall. So just a few bits of information. It's a live stream. You can take photos, you can hashtag to your heart's content on Instagram, LinkedIn, whichever you want to be known on. Of course, this is the beginning of your science career, your curious minds. There's 141 participants this year, so many of you, a huge jump in applications. And a little bit about the breakdown of projects. About 1/4 of the projects are biological or medical. About 1/4 chemistry, physics, environmental and astronomy. Another quarter IT, data, maths engineering and space engineering. And the last quarter are social and humanities sciences, economics, psychology and philosophy, for instance. The competition is open for anybody aged 11 to 21. Of course, that's a huge range of educational knowledge when it comes to science. We've got people coming from all over Luxembourg and you've even come back to Luxembourg from your universities. So welcome back to Luxembourg. The age range down on the floor today is 12 to 21. And I am not alone. I have got two co-hosts, so I'll be delighted to introduce you to my two co-hosts who are Sonia El Amri and Lenny Kakou. They've probably already made themselves known to you on the floor down there, and we'll get to know them a little bit later during the course of the day as well. But to open, please welcome to the stage Susanna Eyang, who is the director of FJSL.
I'm particularly pleased to welcome all of you to this 54th edition of the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. It's truly an honor as it's a key moment for you in your journey as researchers, innovators, builders of the future. What touches me, inspires me about all of you is the courage you show by being here today. You not only presenting your scientific project, but also you are sharing your vision of the world. You have come here with the desire to find solution, to improve our reality, to understand the world around us, to advance knowledge. And this requires a great deal of courage and perseverance, because we all know that science is about hard work, right? So indeed, it is a brave act, because you are challenging established certainties, you are exploring the unknown, you are exposing yourself with honesty and humility. That alone makes you all already winners. Big round of applause to you. Of course, I also wish to convey my deepest appreciation to all the jury members who dedicate their time and expertise to this event. Big round of applause to all of them as well. Your role is crucial. You not only assess projects, but also helping, guiding this young Fuerscher in their thinking, to engage with them, to inspire them. So we all here, thanks to your generosity and commitments. Warm thank you. So what's going to happen this morning for you, dear Jonk Fuerscher? You will present your scientific project to our jury members, experts from various domains. And I know this can be stressful. But here's something to put things into perspective. Beyond the evaluation of your work, this is above all an exchange of knowledge, where you are experts, right? So the jury members are not only here to challenge you, but also to help you take your project further. So don't hesitate to ask questions, to show the full extent of your work. Each conversation, each question is an opportunity for learning and progress. On that note, I think Guillaume already mentioned, so we ask all the Jonk Fuerscher to stand in your booth until 1 p.m. You should be ready for multiple visits from the jury members, 1 interviews from our dear Leni and Sonia, and 1 visit from our photographer, Victor. Someone will tell you when you can leave your booth. Well, I wish you all a morning full of wonderful exchange, wonderful encounters. Thank you, and good luck, everyone. Now, I would like to invite on stage the president of the jury members, Mr. Serge Quetzotti.
Dear Mr. President of the Young Scientists Foundation, dear jury members, dear young scientists, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and pleased to welcome you to the 54th edition of the Luxembourg Young Scientists Contest. I would like to thank the Young Scientists Foundation for inviting me to address you today on this grand day where you, the young scientists, are ready to present your projects in this year's competition. Together with my fellow jury members, we are eager to discover your 83 projects you will present to us this morning. We look forward to discussing with you at your booth and diving into your innovative ideas. For several decades, our society has undergone significant changes thanks to scientific breakthroughs and technological advancements in all fields. Our way of working, learning, and understanding our environment and the universe of which we humans are a tiny part has profoundly changed and continues to change in the future more and more rapidly. These developments have brought many benefits, but they have also created new challenges. We need and will need in the future answers to new questions and solutions to new problems, whether in energy, climate, environment, health, or related to the evolution and cohesion of our society. The active participation of young people in the 54th edition of the contest, the regular and substantial growth in the number of projects submitted in recent years, and especially the increase in the quality of projects demonstrated by the excellence of the results achieved by the laureates representing Luxembourg in major international competitions, should make us optimistic and reassure us. A future generation of young people is ready to harness their curiosity, ingenuity, and above all, their great enthusiasm for the various disciplines of science and engineering to meet the challenges of the future. It is now essential to support you, young scientists, to maintain this enthusiasm and develop your qualities. The Jonk Fuerscher contest, organized by the Young Scientists Foundation, is an excellent way to achieve this. All the activities developed in recent years, notably the Science Expo, the Science Next initiative, which, together with the Jonk Fuerscher contest, have become a great platform to interest, raise awareness, encourage, train, and thus develop the talents of future generation of scientists and engineers that you all are. Having had the chance to closely follow these developments in the developments of the activities of the foundation, of the Young Scientists Foundation in recent years, as a member and president of the jury, I can only congratulate the foundation for all these developments for the benefit of young scientists, of young people, primarily its outgoing president, Mr. Carlo Hansen, as well as the operational team under direction of the Susanna Eang. That the Luxembourg contest has become a reference at the international level is your merit. It is the result of your commitments and those of the women and men of your respective teams, including Mr. Paul Heuschling, the newly elected president of the foundation. Involved for many years in the developments of the foundation as vice president of the board, it is reassuring to know that with the choice of a recognized expert, of a recognized expert in the scientific world of Luxembourg, the future of the foundation is assured. So nothing stands in the way of good development of the foundation's activities and its international influence. I wish you, Mr. President Paul Heuschling, much pleasure and success in your new functions. An important element of the contest is the jury. This year we are a team of 17 experts from various scientific and engineering fields, all independent volunteers of the foundation. With the number of projects increasing each year, the jury is obviously facing an increased workload. And I also want to thank the scientific coordinator of the foundation, Mr. Guillaume Trapp, for supporting the work of the jury in an excellent way. And I also would like to thank my fellow jury members for their availability and all their commitment in the weeks before and during the days of the contest. While the main role of the jury is to award the various prizes available to the laureates according to the maturity of the projects which are presented, but it is not the only one. An equally important role is to encourage you young scientists and guide you, confronting you with and your project to the reality of the world, and providing you advice for the continuation of your projects and your future new projects. My fellow jury members and I are now eager to discover your 83 projects. It is a great pleasure for us each year to be able to exchange with you to better understand the details of what we have already read in the papers that you have submitted. I want to end my speech by encouraging you, dear young scientists, to pursue your passion and dreams, to nurture your curiosity, to continue learning with enthusiasm and determination. I'm convinced that the platform offered by the Young Scientists Foundation will also be an excellent forum in the future to continue developing your projects and to find friends with whom you can share your passion. I wish you much pleasure and success in the contest and great interest from the public for the projects that you will present. To all those who follow us live, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very inspiring day of discovery of the projects of our young scientists. Thank you for your attention.
All right, boys and girls, it's now the show begins. So please go back to your booth.
Well, thank you so much to Serge Quazzotti there, who is the chair of the jury members. He himself is a PhD from the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg in chemistry, no less, and he is now the director of the Intellectual Property Institute here in Luxembourg. So definitely somebody to get to know and to learn about as well, his own background in science and how he's transitioned into the intellectual property world. As you can see, I'm with Susanna here now. Susanna, you did the mad dash from downstairs up here. I know you've been working so hard always, but especially this week, you and the team. And I must also give a call out to Guillaume Trapp, who is the godly voice we can hear in the background, the very calm voice behind us. So this year, 141 participants. That's a huge leap in participation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big number. So a little bit more than 60 participants, more than last year. So yeah, it's a big step. Mm-hmm. This is a big step, yeah.
Yeah, so 141. And of that, we have obviously boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. They're growing up from 11 to 21. It's a huge change in a person's life as well, transformative. You know, you're becoming a young adult and you're trying to figure out which direction am I going in. But actually, the data we have on the floor literally suggests that more females are participating.
Yeah, exactly. It's an incredible positive shift, positive development, not only for the competition itself, but also for science and technology in general.
And then of that, from what I've read, we have another split in that the females are tending towards the environmental, biological, medical sciences,
True.
and the males are mostly participating in the IT, maths, engineering. So we still actually see a divide.
It is right. So having more young ladies participating in this competition is one victory, but having a balanced representation across all domains is another challenge. We don't know yet exactly, the reason behind, but during this edition we will be conducted a small study where the aim of the study is to understand the choice behind why young girls, decided to choose these fields. What may deterring them by choosing, IT or computer science engineering area. And we hope that we can identify any barriers or maybe perception that might, influencing them from their choices. Of course, we believe that by understanding, the reason behind this decision, we can maybe take targeted actions, such as, having role models in IT and engineering, or maybe also proposing hands-on opportunities in this area specifically. But anyway,
I'm sure a lot of the role models come through the judges as well, and just having that interaction with the judges. And then, of course, you have been at the helm of FJSL as it has grown. You have a fabulous organisational team. I do suggest for anybody to take the time to also talk to any of the organisers, because they all have interesting backgrounds. Science, arts, humanities, the whole thing combined. I won't go down your background. It's very interesting for anybody who wants to know. But just what do you see as the future for FJSL?
So in the near future, we are already laying the ground for the next edition. And, you see this numbers of participants increasing. So the next step will be to set up a pre-selection process. So until now, every participant we've been accepted everyone. Basically, but starting in 2026, it won't be the case anymore.
You're going to get tougher.
Yeah, a little bit
with
more.
a smile, and that means the standard will raise. So if you want to take part next year, get your ideas focused, have a little look today to see what is on the jury's mind. What do they want? And so next year, prepare for a little bit of a pre-selection process. Yeah, You're going to become like the Eurovision Song Contest, but in Europe. Well, I mean in Luxembourg rather. Well, with that, I know you're going to be running around all day long. I leave you to do it. Thank you so much for your time, Susanna. and
thank
congratulations to you and the whole team.
Thank you to you for being here.
Now, I'm going to do a little introduction to my two co-hosts who are down on the floor. I've got Lenny and Sonia. Can you hear me, Lenny and Sonia? I think they can hear me. There's Lenny. So Lenny, a little bit about you. I know you've been literally running track and field all night long. He's a sportsman. Both are aged just 20 years old. A bit about them. Sonia El Amri is a student of English at the University of Luxembourg. She's also a basketball player. And Lenny is a student. He's now on the 2-year IB course. And alongside that, he's very much into track and field, originally from Lewisham. So Lenny from Lewisham, his wonderful fast-talking English, I hope you understand it. He's got a proper Cockney London accent. And yesterday when we were chatting, Lenny said to me he wants to retire when he's very old, like in his 30s or 40s, retire to the Ivory Coast. So I wish you well. But with that, I'm going to be on the track and field timer because we've got a lot of participants to go through. And with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Lenny and Sonia, on the floor with the first project we're looking at, which is project number 20. It's Elena Aubertin and Aliénor Planger, and they're going to talk about speed and reactivity in sport.
Thank you, Lisa. I am now at the table 20 with Elena and Aliénor. Hello, ladies. Can you tell me a bit about your project, please?
So our project is to discover which sport has the quickest reflexes. So to do that, we looked at some different sports: karate, handball, swimming, and basketball. And so there are our final results. And so karate has the quickest reflexes. Then comes
basketball, and at the end, natation.
And how did you get these results? Did you yourself practice these sports, or did you go at trainings and practices to analyze them? Or
we do sports. Aliénor represents the karate and me the handball. And after, we talked about the friends that play this sport, and we do the average of the reflex with this sport. And yeah.
Right. Now, I myself, like Lisa said, I do track and field. So we have to react to the gun in order to take off. Do you think if you analyze that, we'd have faster reactivity time than karate?
That we don't really know because it depends on like how long you've been practicing and at what level. But maybe you'd have a reaction time that's quicker than swimming, even though it's kind of the same type of reaction. They also have to leave at like kind of like the gun. So it depends. So
do any of you two practice one of these sports or a different sport?
Yeah, we practice one sport. Me, I practice handball, and her practice karate.
All right, then. Well, good luck to you. Hopefully the juries are interested as I am. So yeah, good luck for the day.
Thank you very much, Lenny. And now we're going to move on to project number 21. So thank you again, Lenny. Thank you to those lovely young ladies. We wish you the best of luck. And apologies in advance if I mispronounce names, because we're going through, as it is Luxembourg, multiple languages here and multiple ethnic origins. Now, this is Ella Osguven. She has a project. She is going to introduce this project to Sonia.
Start when they tell me. I'm a bit stressed. No, you got it.
So I don't think we have Ella yet, or at least I can't see Ella. It is really important to try to be at your stands. Maybe you already are, maybe it's a technical issue, because we have so many people to get through. And perhaps if you're not at stand, we'll just have to keep moving around those that are at the stands and try and come back to you later, because we have a very tight schedule. So Ella's project, she's from the International School of Luxembourg, age 13. And when we get to her, she will talk about peppermint's effect on memory and reaction time. So this is focusing on investigating the potential benefits of peppermint, and she undertook a study to see if peppermint can actually help significantly the effects on memory. So I would like to know this. I don't know if we have Ella. If we don't have Ella, we can move on to Project 22, which is Draken Liedke, who is also 13, also from ISL, the International School of Luxembourg, just next door to us here. And he worked with Christian Leck, who is age 13 too. And their project is called The Effect of Hydroponics compared to traditional soil methods. I think it means traditional soil methods on radish growth. So we'll either go to Drecken and Christian or Ella.
Yeah, they're not doing this the right way. Hi, can you maybe tell me a bit about your project, please?
My project is about how peppermint improves reaction time and memory. So the results were supposed, in my opinion, in my hypothesis, supposed to be higher than normal reaction time and memory average. But according to my results, it was a bit different, since memory declined for some people and improved for some people, and reaction time improved and for most people.
And can you maybe tell me like how you even thought about this idea with like peppermints and memory?
So it was a myth that peppermint improved reaction time and memory, because all my teachers used to give peppermint out whenever it was time for a revision lesson or something, and I was like, why do they give out peppermint, and does this really work? So this year I started to improve my knowledge on that and how get deeper into the real world.
And do any of your teachers know that you're working on this project? Did you tell them like, I'm about to research this?
Many of them know, yeah, but some of them don't know, because this was really a big project and I didn't have many time to think about it, and those teachers will be impressed about how this actually works, and they will probably use it in real life.
And have you been working on this for a long time? Like how long has the research been going?
I started working around October, so now it's March. I've been working on it a few months now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now we're going to move on to the next project again. Two young gentlemen, aged 13, from ISL, the International School of Luxembourg, Christian and Draken, and they're going to talk about hydroponics, which is growing without soil, and their focus was on radishes.
All right, boys, tell me a little bit about your project. How did you come up with this idea and why are you interested in it?
So our project is comparing hydroponics to a more traditional soil farming. We came up with this from science buddies. It was a research given to us by our teachers, Miss Mary Jones and Lily License. We are always been more interested in a more agricultural form of science, so this project really stood out to us.
All right, and you two are in the same class, so how long have you guys been friends for, or did you just partner up because of the common interest?
We've been friends for like 3 years, 4. So we met each other in 4th grade, and we both really enjoyed like STEM, science, technology, and we also like math. However, we both came to a conclusion that agriculture is quite interesting, and that's kind of how we came to this topic and why we're together.
Now, if this is a more durable and easily developed way of growing plants, do you think it's going to easily replace planting plants in soil and everything? Is it going to be more useful compared to planting them in soil?
Well, I believe that this is not really. This is a really new concept, and it's not really. How do I say? Well made enough yet. So, me personally, I think traditional soil farming so far is better. Because in our experiment, we could see that although hydroponics did produce a higher quality of plant, the soil farming had a better yield and it produced more.
Okay. And if you were to be able to develop it further, would you patent it in order to get rich off of it, or would you use it as a way to help others with growing plants and feeding the world?
It kind of depends, but for the better of like the whole world, we'd probably not patent it and allow like certain places around the world to use it, such as places where there's a lack of growth of like plants, and so we would try to like help everyone and make just farming easier and healthier and just better for everyone to experience.
All right, thank you, boys, and good luck to you.
Thank you so much there, Lenny. Thank you also to Draken and Christian. The world of hydroponics is very, very important. I lived in Abu Dhabi for a couple of years where it is a very important part of how to grow food, and they are absolutely right. The world of agriculture is increasingly important. We're going to move on to our next project now. Rhea Patek, she is project 23, age 16, from Lycée Michel Lucius. How does pH of soil affect the growth of spinach? So she is thinking about this in terms of germination or leaf count or mass. So let's hand over to her.
Do you want to tell me a bit about your projects, please?
My project is about testing how soil pH affects plant growth and specifically spinach.
And how did you come up with this idea to research this?
During chemistry, we were doing like environmental chemistry, and the idea of acid rain, it kind of intrigued me, so I decided to see how it affects the soil, and I did a more broader project, but that's how it started.
When you say chemistry, that means are you really about a lot about science in school already, or was this just some are you into science in general?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
And are you in a science section at school, or not really?
So I do A-levels, and we get to pick our subjects there, and I picked science-based subjects.
Is this your first time participating?
Yes.
How do you feel about it so far?
I'm really nervous.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. The jury are nice. But how long have you been doing this research? How long has your project been going on up until?
2 months. Yeah.
And do you feel like you got all of the research done, or do you feel like maybe you would have needed more time? How do you feel?
I think I should have spent a bit more time on it, but overall I think I'm pretty confident. Yeah.
That's great. See, confidence is key. No, 2 months is a great time already. And do you see yourself working on this project after this competition?
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do your teachers know you're doing this? Do they know the chemistry class inspired this?
Oh, I don't think they know chemistry inspired this, but yeah.
And is there some type of relation to this that you that inspired you to do this?
No, it's because when I actually when I got introduced to the young scientist thing, back then I was really into botany and flowers and plants, so that's why.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Thank you to both of you. We're going to now move to something which is a conversation about science in society. It's staying with the sustainability theme. We've got 3 people here. They're all age 14, 15 from Athénée de Luxembourg, again on this campus here in the center of Luxembourg, Geesseknäppchen. And they are Sia Karnik, they are Jayana Demotran, and also Shini Tsong. So they're all from the Athénée. Shini is a little older, age 17, the other's age 14. And they're talking about the public view of sustainability. So they've investigated how we are aware of the sustainability efforts in our own lives, in what we tackle in daily society. And so this is more touching on the social sciences. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from these 3 young ladies.
So obviously, this is not your typical study because instead of studying sustainability in itself, you studied how people view it. Why did you come up with this idea?
Because we need to ensure that our planet is protected, not only for us, but for the people who come after. We're not the only people who are going to live here. And we wanted to make sure that the people around us, the younger generation, are educated so they can implement these sustainable visions into their own futures.
All right, and you are a nice group of three here with different age groups. Are you guys friends? Have you been friends for a long time, or did you come together by searching the project?
So we go to the same school and we're in the same class. So that's how
we've known each other for around 4 years, I would say.
And we met her. I'm new in the school, so they met me like 6 months ago.
Obviously, there's a bigger age gap. I'm 17.
And we're both 14.
Yeah. But I think this is also one of our advantages that we have, as having a bigger age gap gives a new insight to the subject that we're studying and that we're doing from different age groups.
So yeah, a different perspective. And is this all a common interest you had, or did one of you come up with the idea and others came along? Did you have any other ideas that you were trying to choose in between of this one?
It was a common idea. We first wanted to focus on something psychological related to our society, but then we thought about, hey, why don't we try to teach people about sustainability because it's so important, and then we came up with this.
All right, then good luck to you girls. Hopefully this is as interesting to the juries as it is to me. Thank you. No.
Thank you, Lenny. I'm loving the fact that we've got two sports personalities as co-presenters because they know all about timing. Every millisecond matters to them. Next project, Project 25, it's Tomás Vladeo Ferreira. He is 17 years old from the European School in Luxembourg in Kirchberg. And a fascinating topic here, which touches biology, medicine, and maybe even philosophy too. The genetic component of personality, a scientific inquiry into the biological underpinnings of human behaviors. So he has researched whether personality has a genetic component and what implications and maybe applications that has when it comes to mental health and even the judicial process. So I don't know if we're ready to go over to Tomás, otherwise I can keep talking about your project, but it's much more valuable if you talk about your project. Tomás and Sonia.
Est-ce que tu peux me raconter un peu sur ton projet, s'il te plaît?
Alors, mon projet, c'est dû quand les personnes parlaient que tel père, tel fils, en question de la personnalité. Et j'ai eu toujours la curiosité, est-ce que cela, c'est vraiment vrai? Est-ce qu'il a une partie génétique qui nous détermine notre personnalité? Alors, comme je n'avais pas accès à un laboratoire, j'ai utilisé la raison et la philosophie pour répondre à cette question, et aussi à des méta-analyses que j'ai cherchées sur le web.
Et donc, c'est vraiment juste par rapport à ce que les gens disaient que ça t'a inspiré de faire ces recherches, ou comment ça se fait que tu t'es dit ça va être ça mon projet cette année?
Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter la question que je n'ai pas entendue?
C'est juste, est-ce que c'est vraiment juste par rapport à ce que les gens disent, donc cette expression qui vous a inspiré à faire cette recherche, ou qu'est-ce qu'ils a?
Non, aussi j'ai eu toujours la curiosité de savoir est-ce que aussi le comportement peut être affecté par la génétique.
Et depuis combien de temps est-ce que vous travaillez sur ce projet?
Plus ou moins 1-2 heures de recherche, et après pour écrire vraiment le relatoire c'était plutôt plus de temps.
Et comment vous vous sentez par rapport au projet? Vous aimez bien les recherches que vous avez faites? Vous aimez bien les résultats?
Oui, j'aime bien le résultat, je suis content. Et aussi je suis content que ce n'est pas juste la génétique, et aussi l'ambiance qui affecte. Parce que comme ça, c'est pas tout déterminé, et aussi on a plus de liberté de choix.
Est-ce que votre famille sait que vous faites ces recherches? Est-ce que vous leur avez un peu raconté?
Oui, je l'ai raconté, ils étaient contents et ils ont aimé bien le résultat, et c'était rigolo de faire cette recherche et amusant.
Est-ce que vous vous attendiez à ces résultats, que ça soit vraiment pas juste génétique?
Oui, j'attendais un peu parce que aussi j'ai noté que parfois les Gémeaux ont des personnalités différentes et ils sont vraiment pareil génétiquement, il n'y a pas de différence. Et alors, j'ai espéré le résultat, mais aussi j'espérais que la génétique a une influence.
Merci beaucoup, beaucoup.
Merci.
to Tomasz and also Sonia there. Moving on to Project 26, it's Graham Morgan. He's at St. George's International School in Luxembourg, age 13, and his project is entitled, "Is it possible to make a piece of software to assist understanding motion physics?" So I'm sure he will tell us more about this. But the line I like in particular myself is, "User friendliness is considered." Thank you very much, Graham. Let's hear about your project.
So tell me, how do you think creating software to understand the physics of planetary motion will be more useful than simply analyzing the planetary motion with telescopes and the way scientists have been doing it up until now?
Well, I think it can help show people how it works. Like it makes it easier to understand and look at, so you can see how it all works and see how it runs in action, so how it works.
And what gave you this idea? I mean, you seem very interested in physics. Are any other classes like maths and everything, or is it purely physics that you're really passionate about?
Well, I'm very passionate about physics and math. I do love the sciences, and I really admire mathematicians. So I did this because I like physics, and I find it a shame that not many people enjoy it that much.
So you're trying to spread that information a little bit more. And why planets? Why their motion and not something else, something down to Earth?
Well, because it's something that's super easy for someone on Earth to observe. You can just look up and then you can see how it all works. You just look up and then you can see everything, like the moon.
Nowadays, when creating a software, a lot of people are going to use AI. Is that something you want to implement, or do you think it's terrible and it should more be man-made when it comes to something as intricate as this?
Well, yeah, you could use AI. You could use it to help analyze and do an analysis of things. So, yeah, I think it could be quite useful.
One final question. Would your software be free to the students, or would you charge a fee in order to get rich off of it?
I would make it open source. I'd make it free.
All right. Thank you, Graham, and good luck with the juries. And, yeah, seems very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Graham. Lenny, I am noticing a little theme here. You have a business angle to pretty much all of the questions. I can see the business mind, entrepreneur, founder there, deeply rooted within you. We're moving on to Sana now. Sana Bandari, she is 15 years old, also at the Athénée, and her project is the animatronic claw. So it's controlled by Bluetooth, and it is a computer science project. So Sana, tell us about this.
Do you want to tell me a bit about your project?
Okay, so my project is an animatronic claw. So it's controlled through a device, any household device, and an application that connects through Bluetooth. And the main objective is to help less able people complete daily tasks.
And this genuinely looks like a complicated project. Can I ask what the most difficult part of it was?
I think the most difficult part was the trial and error, because I was learning a new coding language while building this robot, so it was pretty difficult to get a hang of it. But yeah, I had to overcome a couple obstacles like that.
And what inspired this project specifically?
Well, I've been doing coding and robotics for a couple of years, and I wanted to build something a bit out of my range of expertise, so I tried to come up with something that would be a challenge for me as well.
And are you satisfied with this end result, or is it really not even near to the end result? How do you feel about it?
I'm pretty satisfied with it. I did reach the goals that I wanted to, and I think that I might come back next year with further advancements on this robot for precision and capabilities.
That's great motivation. So is this your first year participating?
It's actually my third year. I've done 2 before, so yeah.
Is it the same project? Did you change it up?
No, I did environmental sciences the 2 previous years.
And how do you feel about the switch? Because I mean, environmental sciences from this, it's not really the same.
Well, it's a very different field, so it was quite different obstacles as well.
Yeah. And do you think, you already answered that question, that you'll further work on this, but how long have you been already working on this?
I think 6 or 7 months, because I also had to do a lot of research about the components I was going to use and the materials that were available, so it all started a while ago.
Yeah. And how do you feel about the jury? Are you stressed? Are you chill about it?
A little bit, because I haven't done this alone before, so I'm a little stressed, but I think it'll be okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, San. And now we're moving on to Berenice Der Sarre. I've probably mispronounced that. Sorry, Berenice. She's 14 from St. George's International School, and the project is entitled The Substitution of Plastic with Seaweed and Beeswax for a Healthier Biodiversity. So again, this is moving into the sustainable element of biology, biological sciences, and she's created an experiment, a recipe for children to produce their own textile for making their own necessities. Bernice.
Tell me, why this idea?
Okay, so my inspiration for this was my love for nature, obviously, especially marine wildlife. Also the Sustainable Development Goals, such as 12, 14, and 15, which is responsible in consumption and production, life below water, and life on land. And current locations being affected by plastics today, such as Ghana being used as a wasteland, and famous protests such as Greta Thunberg, who was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, with type of autism. And despite this obstacle, she still managed to fight for her beliefs.
So you're inspired not only by the animals, but also by people. Now, using beeswax and seaweed, these are natural elements that we would have to take out of the sea and use bees from. How would it be able to be done without damaging those ecosystems?
So, could you expand a bit further on that question?
For example, collecting seaweed, we'd have to go in the sea, collect it, and that is something that animals, fish, and everything eat. Beeswax is the wax collected from bees. Obviously, we have bee farms that are very, very safe and everything. So, collecting on a mass scale in order to replace all the plastic, how would you approach that?
Well, in this experiment, the ingredients I used were used in very little quantities. So I think that I don't think that it's very. This experiment is not a huge impact on those mass productions. So I think that in this type of experiment, the use of beeswax and seaweed is used in very small amounts. So I don't think that it causes a huge impact on those biodiversities.
Now, is your result a mix of the both, or is it each to their own, one beeswax way and one seaweed way?
So originally, what I was hoping for was a mix of both, because what I was hoping for was to get a sort of whole textile, and then with the beeswax melted, I would then dip it in the beeswax in order to prolong the lifespan of the textile. However, since my experiment did not really work, I just ended up at the drying process, and in the end, I did not use the beeswax.
Even if the experiment didn't work, this is a very thought out initiative. Hopefully, in the future, it's going to be better developed, and it's as interesting to the juries as it is to me. This seems like a very, very interesting initiative. Good luck to you, Bernice. Yeah.
Thank you, Bernice. Thank you, Lenny. Now we're moving to Project 29. It's Frédéric Mortier and Noah Lindenlaub. They are aged 18 and 17 from Lycée des Garçons here in Luxembourg. And their project is a chemistry and environmental science project. You could even throw in biology and botany. It's all about PLA production using Chlorella vulgaris, which is a fast-producing monocellular algae, polyacetic acid. It's a sort of plastic that's created through polymerization of lactic acid, and it can be used to produce the glucose contained inside the algae cells. So hopefully we can stay with you and understand the chemistry involved in this. So I'll hand over to you, Sonia.
Hi, does anyone of you want to tell me a bit about your project first?
Well, so our project is basically we cultivated algae in our school. And through different chemical processes, then we created PLA, so that's polylactic acid. It's a type of plastic that is also biodegradable. So using algae that actually they take CO2 from the air, and with that they reproduce, and then we can make plastic from it. So actually stocking the CO2 out of the air under form of plastic that can be sold or used.
What inspired your project? How did you think of this idea?
Well, the idea came actually through a post Lego made, because they wanted to produce more sustainable Lego pieces, and they looked for a way to have a biodegradable plastic or more sustainable plastic. So then we thought, why not put many processes together that we found that already existed, and then just put it together so we can make this plastic from the algae.
And how long have you two been working on this project? How long has it been?
2 months, I think, 3 months, something like that.
It took a long time because, well, we had to first get all the materials, ask the school for funding, and then yes, all the processes. So cultivating the algae took about, I think, 1 month to get it to scale, because we started on not many, and then well, we could only work during the school breaks, and that was pretty time limiting. So it took a pretty long time. Well, I'd say, yeah, 3 months at most.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
What's so impressive about all of these students is that they're managing to do these scientific projects alongside their very heavy schedules of work as well. We're now moving on to Lycée des Arts et Métiers, and 3 people here have worked together. It's Alicia Varela Fortes, Niels Ostreicher and Darius Ferrent, aged 16 and 17, and their project is entitled Rover, for detecting and recycling debris. So this is moving into space engineering. Also environmental and engineering sciences. They have created and built an autonomous rover, of course it has to be autonomous if it's outside of the Earth's atmosphere, that can identify, collect and recycle trash using sensors, robotic arms and a recycling system. So of course can be used in space, but can also be used here on Earth. So over to you, Niels, Darius and Alicia.
So this seems very intricate, a nice little robot that you built here. How long did it take?
So we started very late with the project. We should have started months earlier. In total, it took us about a few weeks. We also had to build the hardware, then the software. We struggled a lot with the software, so today we don't have the results we initially expected. We still try to improvise with the necessary code, and it's used, instead of the camera, used the ultrasound. So yeah, it took us about a few weeks.
And why this idea? How did you come up with the robot? Did you take inspiration from the moon rover that NASA has created, or why develop something to hinder pollution?
So basically, we were inspired by other kinds of robots that were also capable of doing stuff like handling trash, even detecting it in harsh conditions, and also bringing it to recycling centers. And we thought, why not do it ourselves, or try it ourselves at least? And we came up with this then.
All right, now building such a robot needs materials, and sometimes these materials are hard to find. Do you think long term it's less polluting to use these materials in order to collect them, or would it be more damaging to build such a robot?
So since the robot cleans trash, in long term it reduces pollution. The manufacturing of this robot isn't much polluting, because we just use a raspberry, we use materials, they last for a long time. So since this is just a prototype, if we would actually build a real product that would work, we think that it would for sure be less polluting in the long term.
All right, well, good luck to you guys. This is very intricate and looks very nice. Hopefully the juries like it too.
So we're now moving to Koshpo Mustafa, Catherine Fogon and Lexine Aguiare, and they are aged 18, 17 and 20. They're from Lycée Michel Lucius, and the title of their project is The Impact of Controlled Soil Burning and Photohormones Application on Mung Beans, Vigna radiata growth. So this study is examining the effects of photohormones on plant physiology and developmental responses when exposed to situations such as forest fires and secondhand smoke. So of course this could be something very interesting. We year on year hear about Californian wildfires, so I'm very interested to hear more in this project.
Hi, do you guys want to tell me a bit about your project?
Hello, my name is Khoshba Mustafa, and our project is to see the impact of controlled soil burning and the phytohormones and application on mung beans growth. So we're finding out to see if the phytohormones is actually going to help the forest fire, after the forest fire, to see if they can grow after, bit and faster and accelerate the growth of the plants with the fire.
And how did you three figure out you want to work on this together? Was it a mutual interest or?
Last year, my name is Lexine anyways, by the way, but last year we had a project together, us two, and our focus was on secondhand smoke, but we decided to further our project based on advice from the jury members and stuff, and this year we decided to add a second part of our project, and that's what she brought to the game. So I'll give it over to her to explain what.
What was the question, sorry?
How did you...
Oh, yeah. So the difference about the project from last year and this year is that we extended more on what is the impact of plant growth when you have forest fires. So we did a lot of research, a lot of digging around in papers, and we to see the effect of how the plants grow after a forest fire.
And this research and digging you're mentioning, how long did this? Well, I guess it's a continuation of this project, but how long did it take?
It's take around from beginning of the school year, from September, and we did the research and we did the practical part at the last month and 2 months before. So,
all right. And do you feel more confident about this project, or how do you feel with the jury? Soon coming up.
I believe we did really well with this project as compared to last year. I feel like the advice was really, really good. So I'm really confident in our project this year. Yep.
Good luck to you guys, and thank you.
So thank you very much, ladies, and good luck with that. Now, the next one, very interesting. We're moving to some younger people, age 14. We have Béchard, Charles Pavé and Julien Cardonnel. They're from St. George's International School, and the project is entitled, Does Playing a Musical Instrument Improve Short-Term Memory Compared to Non-Musicians? So I guess everything is in the title here. It's social sciences, and I think we would all like to know the answer to this, because if playing a musical instrument does help short-term memory, well then everybody should be playing a musical instrument, or singing. We'll drop that in there as well. So they did an experiment. They investigated the correlation between music training and performance.
All right, boys, so your experiment, what were these results?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat?
What were the results of your experiment?
So the results of our experiment was that on average that musicians had a higher score than non-musicians, and our experiment was that does playing a musical instrument improve short-term memory compared to non-musicians. So how we tested it, we took a piece of paper and we wrote down 12 randomized digits using a randomized generator, and then we asked students aged 14 if they could look at the paper and memorize them for 10 seconds and then write as many as they could remember, and they would have gotten 2 points if they got it in the correct place and the correct digit, and they would have gotten 1 point if it was the correct digit.
And what were the results of these? Were the musicians of your class had better results, or?
The musicians on average scored higher. Musicians on average scored 8.73, while non-musicians scored 5.93, and there was a lot less drastic changes in the scores, much more steady in the musicians.
Now, do any of you play an instrument, and have you noticed, if you do, that your memory is better thanks to it or not?
I play a musical instrument, and so does he, and we do think that our memory has improved than before.
Okay, what do you play?
I play piano.
I also play piano.
Okay, I personally tried playing the saxophone. Didn't work out because blowing on the muzzle was kind of bad for my teeth. But I really do like piano and jazz in average. So good luck to you guys. Hopefully the jury finds this interesting.
Thank you.
And so now we're moving on to a project to think about nutrition. Does nutrition affect the heart rate during physical activity? So we've got 3 people here from the Athénée. We've got Lukáš, David and Hubert. They're aged 16 and 17. So Lukáš Gvozny, David Kamarota Schreier and Hubert Pribski. I'm so sorry, I've mispronounced that for sure, but I would really like to know the results of this biological and medical investigation into nutrition and heart rate.
Hey, do you want to start off by telling me a bit about your project, please?
So our project was about how different types of nutrition affect our heart rate during physical activity. So the main idea of the project was to test different complexes such as simple carbohydrates, saturated fats, unsaturated fats, and see how they affect our heart rate and how quickly it falls down after physical activity.
And how did you think of this idea?
Could you please repeat the question?
How did you think of this idea? What inspired your project?
Well, all of us perform different sports, and we're always wondering how much food we can actually consume before training and not impact us. So that's why we designed this particular experiment.
Can you give me a little cheat code? Like what is the best thing to eat like before a basketball game, like before a game?
Well, from what we found from the three foods that we used, almonds are the best food to consume before. Well, ham, you'd think that chocolate affects your heart rate more than the ham. It doesn't. The chocolate is actually better to eat before a game than ham.
Great, I love to hear that. And how long have you been working on this project and like all the research?
So it took about 2 months in total since the start of the brainstorming part of the entire idea. And then we spent 3 weeks performing the practice runs, testing our heart rates, and then doing research and writing the report itself.
And were you three the test bunnies, or did you use other people? I guess you could say.
Yeah, so we tested it on ourselves. So we did all the runs, and I mean, some of them were obviously kind of difficult because sometimes we had to wake up at like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. So it was sometimes a little bit difficult, but we managed.
Well, thank you guys. It seems interesting, and good luck.
A lot of self-control there, waking up at 6 in the morning to the experiments. Brilliant, brilliant. Well done to you. Now moving on to Project 34. Megana Reddy and Han Misha Gundala. They are aged 13 from Lycée Michel Lucius and École Internationale in Differdange. They are going to investigate and tell us all about how foundation, that's what we wear on our faces sometimes, lip gloss and lipstick react when they're in contact with E. coli. Well, I don't know how they came up with this idea, but E. coli, it's obviously a very dangerous bacteria, and it can grow in makeup, a lot of makeup being a liquid environment where bacteria loves to grow. So tell us more, ladies.
Why research the reaction of makeup with E. coli? Do us humans have that on us, or is it just simply for research purposes?
Well, E. coli is actually found in the lower intestines of humans and animals, and it is also one of the most common bacteria, dangerous pathogenic bacteria found in makeup. Well, it also harbors in makeup.
Now, these reactions that you guys tested, how would they affect a human being?
Well, since E. coli is one of the most dangerous and common bacteria found in makeup, it would be very dangerous for humans to wear, and we conducted an experiment to find out exactly how much bacteria grows when it's in contact with these 3 makeup products.
And you two are from 2 different schools. How did you meet together and come up with this idea?
Actually, I was studying in her school, and I changed schools, and we were like best friends for a few years. And one of our other best friends told us about this, and she fell out of interest for biology. And she told us about this idea, and we thought, hey, why not do something about makeup? Because it's a debated topic with teenagers.
So would this research make your young girls and also boys wear less makeup, or with the help of it, show them which brands are the safest?
Well, we would hope that it would help them know the dangers of makeup. Maybe it's up to them if they want to stop wearing, but we want to show them the dangers of it.
And which brands are the least dangerous? How did the results vary between brands, between quantities or whatever?
Actually, because this is live broadcasted, we'd rather not say about the companies, but I can tell you according to the products there. In foundation, if you look over there, you can clearly see that foundation had like a very strong effect on the edges, which means it's a long-term effect, you could say. And lip gloss had an immediate effect, which you have a look, and it harbored a lot around the filter papers. Unlike lipstick, which was pretty controlled, you could say, pretty around the Petri dish.
All right, well, thank you guys, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Don't worry that this is live streamed. We'd love to know the company names. that's totally fine for us. We're moving on now to project 35. It's 15-year-old Milo David Barrage from the International School of Luxembourg. Heat, eat, repeat. The hidden risks of reheating food on bacterial growth. Now, anybody who's ever cooked knows a little bit about this. So obviously he's investigated how often you can heat food multiple times and what damage does it cause.
Do you want to tell me a bit about your project?
My project was testing whether reheating food multiple times causes more bacterial growth. And so in this, I found that it doesn't necessarily, but it can at some points.
And does it, like when you say it doesn't necessarily, does it depend on the type of food? What does it really depend on?
Well, I tested with chicken and rice, and with chicken, it looking at the results, it showed that before reheating it, there was more bacteria than after reheating it. But with rice, it was actually the opposite. So there was more bacteria after.
Do you feel like this research and project has influenced you that way you'll reheat more or less, like depending on the food type, or will you just keep on living your life normally?
I think normally I didn't reheat my food as much because I used to eat it all. But I think, yeah, I'll reheat less because I don't want to get a foodborne illness or food poisoning. Yeah. So.
And heat, eat, repeat. How did you think of this slogan? Was it yours? Did you take it from somewhere? Did you inspire yourself?
Yeah, I thought of it with my parents, just we were thinking of ideas to name it so it's catchy and a good time.
I like it, it's great. And how long have you been doing this research for?
I've been doing it since January this year. Yeah, so.
And did you, how often did you have to go through tests? When you say chicken and rice, was it one plate, or did you actually try multiple times over a longer period of time?
With the chicken and rice, so I took 5 gram samples of each food, and then I did it 2 times for each. I reheated it twice because, in my research, I found out if you heat it more than twice, there's definitely going to be lots of bacteria, and so it's better to only do it twice rather than more.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Milo. Thank you, Sonia, very much. So we're all going to be a little bit more careful about how we heat up or reheat our food or cook from scratch. I'm glad we didn't have that conversation just before lunch, or perhaps we should have had it just before lunch. Now, Project 36, it's at the other side of the room, I believe, and it's going to be, when we get to them, Anton Fedorov and Alner Rakhmetov. They're both aged 15. They're from Leinster Lycée in Young Leinster, and their project is entitled, What Are Aerodynamics and How Do They Influence Automobile Performance? So aerodynamics and the principles therein, they've been used by engineers so often when it comes to anything that goes through the air at a fast rate. So that could be a rocket, it could be a car, and I'd love to hear more.
I'm seeing 6 cars, 3 that are bigger, 3 that are smaller. Tell me a bit about the experiment.
Yes, so here we have a homemade wind tunnel. So this is where we use the smaller cars for. Here we looked at the airflow patterns of the cars. We have 4 different shapes. We have a boxy shape, a spoiler shape, a hatchback shape, and a streamlined shape. Here we basically compared them under the same conditions. So here we would normally have a smoke source, and back there we would normally have a vacuum cleaner, and we would have the smoke flowing over, and we would be analyzing how the smoke flows over, looking for areas of turbulence, looking for which one performs best and which one performs worst.
And out of your experiments, which car is the best to have then, in that case, for aerodynamism?
So the best car was definitely the streamlined one, so this one and this one. Because obviously they were designed for air to flow better around them. So yeah.
And which one would you recommend to a family, to a person that's always on the road or whatever? Through this aerodynamism research, which cars would you rather prefer to have?
So obviously the difference between these 3, so the spoiler, the hatchback and the streamlined, was not that big in a sense of to make a proper difference for buying cars. However, the boxy shape, obviously, it had a really big difference and the efficiency was really affected by it. So fuel efficiency, it's not the best. But when talking about these, obviously streamlined shape would probably be the best efficiency-wise. And the rest, spoiler, would be probably best for handling. So if you like driving in the rain a lot, maybe it would be best to have a spoiler shape.
Now, I recognize a few of these cars. The G-Wagon is my dream car. Hopefully, I managed to see it in real life instead of just on your table. Thank you guys. Hope you guys good luck with the juries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, moving on to happiness and perception of happiness. We have got two people aged 16. They're from the European School in Kirchberg, Madlena Tomatnova and also Anne Kohler-Martin. And they're going to talk about, well, with our constant exposure to negative news, how that impacts the brain's tendency to focus on things that are going badly. So this is in the realm of social sciences and psychology, and I think we can go to them now. I'm not quite sure if they're there, but if they're there, Magdalena and Anna, over to you.
Hello, girls. Who of you guys wants to tell me a bit about your project? A little introduction.
So our project is called Happiness and Perception. And what it is about is we are trying to prove that your focus matters and what you choose to focus on matters. And it can have an effect on your overall happiness. And that is what we set out to prove with our project.
I love that. This is really useful, actually. Does this have anything to do with like your subconscious mind? Did you actually do some research about that? Or is it really about like affirmations?
Yeah, it is definitely more to do with affirmations. So what we did was got people to list what made them happy each day. However, we did ask if they had consciously tried to remember this, and so it was kind of a subconscious effort. And once your mind gets used to listing good things, then it remembers them better and is able to list more. And we actually did see an increase in the number of things that people listed and their mood.
So you genuinely proved the fake it until you make it theory.
Basically.
And how did you guys come up with this idea to do this as a project?
So basically, we met up after the winter holidays, which was a bit close to the deadline, but we'll do better next year. And we met up in a coffee shop, and she told me about her holidays, and she told me that she started journaling, and that she did feel the effects of it, so that it was kind of an idea to do our project on that, because it is kind of interesting to see whether it is only us seeing that if we make an effort, we actually see results in what makes us happy. And that was kind of the start of the whole project.
And so were you guys the only, I would say, test bunnies, or did you actually make a lot of people like test out your theory?
Well, we actually did not do it ourselves because we were conducting the study, so we knew what would happen and therefore would be biased. We did ask all our friends, we asked their friends, our families, and so in the end we had 55 volunteers who we all have to fill out the survey. We gave them no prior information except that they would have to fill out the surveys. And so they did, and that is how we genuinely found the our results. And they were true because it wasn't us doing it, it was someone who had no idea what was happening.
Hey, thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you so much. So we're all going to start journaling tonight and think of only the positive things in our lives and leave those negative ones to the side. Project 38, 16 and 17-year-olds, Charlotte Clerici and Akari Nakayamada. I'm sorry, I really do apologize, Akari. You'll have to tell us how to pronounce your surname. You're both from ISL, the international school here, and you've investigated the correlation between age and scent identification. So you looked at participants in the age range of 11 to 58, and you tested their olfactory senses, our sense of smell, in a controlled environment. So I can imagine what may be the result of this, but tell us more.
All right, girls, I'm seeing age, I'm seeing scent. What was the thought process behind it?
So we wanted to investigate the correlation between age and scent identification. So to see if we have, as you can see, some samples of scents here, which are essential oils. And we wanted to see if age impacts how people, if they can recognize what scent it is, how many wafts it takes them to recognize it, and their confidence level in wafting scents.
And so you obviously did some research. What were the results? What was the outcome?
So we saw the general trend with participants with a higher age level, so 50s to 40s, they had a lower accuracy when they identified their scents. However, we also saw a lower accuracy with age 11 through 12, which we obviously suspect that it was due to their lower wide range of vocabulary like that.
So you're saying the recognition of scent would come with the knowledge of that scent and not simply being able to smell it?
Yeah, because obviously younger participants don't have such a wide range of vocabulary for essential oil scents that maybe older people have, since they have more contact with essential oils and that kind of stuff.
And you yourselves, what is your favorite smell amongst these? Which essential oils would you recommend or whatever?
I really like rosemary because I think it really like makes you relax and it just smells really nice.
True, I love rosemary too. I use it on my hair. It's a very nice, it's a very nice oil. And what about subtle smells? For example, you have some perfumes they use, even if you spray a lot on it, you don't really smell it that strongly, and others that are stronger. Did your research show why some scents are stronger or not, or did you not go too deep into that?
No, our thing was based solely on age and how that impacts our cognitive ability. So.
All right, well, thank you very much. That is very interesting. These samples seem very nice. I hope the juries like it too.
Thank you so much. There's so many interesting projects here. I think it's absolutely fascinating. Now, whilst reading the next introduction, I am in awe of this 14-year-old Rodion Zakyov, who is building a low-cost hypersonic wind tunnel for the visualization of hypersonic airflow using Shearlin imaging for scramjet engines. Now, there are lots of words in there that I'm not sure everybody will understand. Clearly, you want to be a space engineer, and you write that this is a continuation in your efforts to design and build reusable transport vehicles to deliver goods and materials from space to Earth. So do tell us more.
Hello. Can you tell me a bit about your project?
For my project, I built a hypersonic wind tunnel. Basically, it's a machine that simulates the conditions of a hypersonic flow inside of it. It accelerates air to Mach 5 and beyond.
And this looks like a lot of physics and maths and difficult things. What was the most difficult part about your project?
The most difficult part about my project was the vacuum chamber because it was always leaking and the vacuum was never perfect, so I had to do a lot of stuff to make it good.
Okay. And how did you come up with this idea specifically? How did you figure out that's what you wanted to work on?
I'm interested in like rockets and planes, like aerodynamic stuff. Yeah.
And where did this like passion come from? Actually, like from your childhood, from school?
I think it's from my childhood because like I always filled out those books with like the drawings of the planes that you have to like, color in. So yeah, that's where it came from.
And what do you want to become a pilot like later on in life? What do you think you want to do later?
I think I want to be an engineer because I want to be a pilot. It's like not that much related with science, so I think I'm gonna build stuff like that or like do aerodynamics in the future. Yeah.
And how long have you been working on this entire project? Because again, this looks like a lot of difficult things.
The entirety of this project I finished in about 1 month and a half, roughly. From start to finish, I only started like 1 month ago.
And like with school and everything, you figured it out? Like,
I figured out that like I did 2 projects before for this year, but they didn't work, so I switched it quickly to this one, and it worked. Yeah.
Thank you. And now, Lisa, back to you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Now we're moving on to Project 40. 3 people from ISL, Taya Lee, Hayun Chun and Anna Woolwert, they have looked into the effect of the amount of salt used when extracting DNA from strawberries. So many people do the biological experiment of extracting DNA from a fruit, and so they're investigating this using salt and to see how much DNA one can get when doing this experiment.
So sadly, one of the 3 girls is missing. However, I think these 2 will give us enough answers. I saw your title. It's very interesting. First of all, why would we be extracting strawberry DNA? For what purpose?
So first of all, we found extracting garlic DNA, but then we thought that it might be harder, and strawberry has more DNA than other things, and garlic might be too smelly.
Okay, now you're using salt in the amount, I read the title, I was kind of confused. Could you develop a little bit more, please?
So our experiment is about how the amount of salt affects the amount of DNA mass we can get. So we're basically using different amounts of salt each time we extract DNA and how that affects the mass we get.
Now, what do you do with the mass you get? What's the end goal here by extracting the strawberry DNA? Is it for research purposes, developing bigger strawberries or whatever? What's the end goal here?
We did this out of curiosity because we thought that we saw that there was salt, and we were really confused about why there was salt, and so we see if Because if there's more right now, we got the results that there's the more salt, the more DNA. So is this the same for others? So if you want to extract DNA for other researchers, if you want more DNA, you can add more salt.
So the more salt, the more DNA. And why is that?
It's because salt has like some kind of thing that neutralizes the negative parts of a strawberry. So it allows us to get more salt than you would when not using salt.
So it purifies the DNA of the strawberry. Thank you very much. I personally prefer my strawberries dipped in sugar, but this is also very interesting. Thank you.
We're not quite at Wimbledon season yet, but we are going to move on to Project 41. We've got Alexander David and Robert Engel. They are 18 and 19. They've come from Lycée Hubert Clément, and they have developed a scientific concept visualization tool. Now, this is fascinating because they are trying to help students better understand, using visualization concepts, what's going on in things like organic chemistry, which of course we can't see with the naked eye, astrophysics and classical cinematic physics. So let's see what they have developed.
Hello, you guys. Do you want to tell me a bit about your project first?
We call it a scientific concept visualization tool, and we take concepts from our physics and chemistry classes, and we try to put them in to express them in a graphical way, so that students that may have issues with just reading text and learning from that can make themselves more at home with pictures, moving pictures, animations like that.
And how did you two figure out you want to work on this together, like on this entire project?
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
How did you figure out you want to work on this project, the two of you together?
That is because I was curious about how to visualize these concepts. That's why I written a number, 3 programs on span of 2 years, which cover several key topics in chemistry and physics, like oblique shots, organic chemistry nomenclature, and also planetary movement, as you can see on the screen here. The reason why we've decided to work on this is because our chemistry teacher recommended us to participate here in this project, and I've decided to work with my friends.
Okay, shout out to the teacher then. And are you guys classmates or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Different sections though.
Okay, what sections are you?
He's mathematics and informatics, and I'm scientific, so all the sciences.
Okay, all right. So, but I mean, you know, I guess at the end it all correlates back to sciences. Yeah. And did you feel like you have some different thinking processes since you're more like mathematics? Yeah.
Sorry. Indeed, yes, because I'm the one who needs to create all the logical algorithms and all the other things.
He's basically the computer, and I'm basically looking at the limits of that and how you can make it more beautiful.
He's the tester and I'm the programmer.
So I'm giving him all the different, like how he can make it more beautiful, how he can change things up, and he writes it.
Okay, thank you guys. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you, Sonia. Well, the next one is making me feel bad reading the title already, and I think it's really important. It's investigating the effects of regular versus artificial sweeteners on European Coca-Cola on the erosion of tooth enamel. 2 students aged 17 from ISL. They are Zachary Enzor and Jaya Lavinia Garbullo. I don't know if we have them. I think we do.
All right, so your title, artificially versus regularly sweetened. Isn't all Coke artificially sweetened?
Well, you see, Coke, especially here in Europe, is typically sweetened with cane sugar, so that's a natural source of sugar, whereas the artificially sweetened variants, such as Diet Coke or Coke Zero, use chemical sweeteners that aren't sugar-based.
And I'm seeing teeth on your table. Please tell me you didn't extract them yourselves.
No, we didn't. We asked like our dentist to extract them, and we also asked one of our teachers to see if she could ask her dentist, because she's also a dentist. Well, she was a dentist before. And yeah, I mean, we also used eggshells because we couldn't get that many, but we used what we could. Like, we wanted to also see what would happen with teeth to compare.
And what were the results? Which Coke is the best in theory? Because no Coke is very good for you, but which of the 3 variants is the best one?
Well, It depends what you mean by the best. In terms of long-term use, obviously the original Coca-Cola can cause cavities as it contains sugar. But due to something called chelating agents in sugar-free Cokes, they will actually cause more enamel erosion in the short term, which can potentially lead to more damage.
Well, luckily I prefer Fanta anyways, so thank you guys for your research and good luck with the juries.
Well, I'm not sure that study is recommending Fanta, Lenny, but we'll leave that to one side. Moving to Project 43, two 17-year-olds, one 16-year-old from Lycée Robert Schumann, and they are looking into rainwater. They've done a project to see if rainwater could replace tap water in our homes. It's a preliminary study. They are Melisandre Klepper, Sarah Breger, and Mayra Schroeder. So hopefully we can learn more about whether or not rainwater can be used in our homes.
Juste maintenant, est-ce que tu pourrais un peu m'expliquer votre projet?
Donc en fait, notre projet consiste en l'idée de comparer l'eau de pluie avec l'eau du robinet. Et si on peut utiliser l'eau de pluie notamment pour nettoyer le linge. Et donc on a fait diverses expériences pour savoir si cela était possible, si ça allait avoir un effet sur le linge. Et voilà, en gros.
Et c'était quoi les résultats les plus pertinents?
En fait, nous n'avons pas vu de différence entre... pas de différence signifiante entre l'eau de pluie et l'eau du robinet. Et ces résultats sont très bien parce que ainsi nous pouvons remplacer l'eau du robinet par l'eau de pluie dans certains domaines.
Et comment vous avez eu cette idée de faire ce projet?
On a eu cette idée parce qu'au Luxembourg il pleut beaucoup et on s'est dit que l'eau de pluie peut être une alternative dans beaucoup de domaines parce que la consommation de l'eau devient de plus en plus grande.
Bon, je vous remercie les filles et je vous souhaite une très très bonne chance avec les jurys, ça va aller. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you, Sonia. 3 more people at Project 44. We've got 17 and 2 18-year-olds from Lycée Vauban. It's Tommaso Noonan, Lisa Monica Labor, and Emma Kalitz Pereira. And they have looked into the optimization of the synthesis of benzoate, of cholesterol, and studies of the optic properties of these. So it's obviously a chemistry project, and I imagine they're probably studying chemistry as part of their baccalaureate, which they do at Lycée Vauban in both French and English.
Bon. Cholestérol, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Alors le benzoate de cholestérol, c'est un cristal liquide. Donc un cristal liquide, c'est un matériau qui a des propriétés à la fois liquides et solides et qui change de couleur en fonction de plusieurs facteurs, comme par exemple la température.
Et votre recherche, elle consiste à faire quoi? Le procédé, c'était quoi?
En fait, on a synthétisé le benzoate de cholestérol, mais nous, on a décidé de s'intéresser surtout à comment est-ce qu'on pourrait intégrer cette synthèse au sport. Et donc, comme elle change de couleur en fonction de la température, donc nous, on a vu c'était à 150 degrés et entre 150 et 180 degrés, et nous, on a réussi à faire des capteurs, enfin un vêtement avec des capteurs, et donc du coup, ça changerait de couleur en fonction du suivi de la température corporelle de l'athlète.
Moi-même, je fais du sport, donc est-ce que vous me conseilleriez de prendre votre produit et en quoi est-ce qu'il me bénéficierait?
Alors nous on vous conseillerait de prendre nos produits et de les utiliser, or nous ne les avons pas vraiment créés, c'est juste une hypothèse. Donc ça vous permettrait par exemple de savoir comment réguler votre effort pendant que vous faites du sport. Par exemple si vous voyez que votre corps il est trop rapidement réchauffé, par exemple c'est peut-être un signe de devoir ralentir ou de devoir diminuer votre effort. Donc ça vous permettrait aussi de pouvoir vous améliorer et améliorer votre performance sportive.
Dans ce cas, si vous produisez l'habit, je vous l'achèterai volontiers. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
Thank you, Lenny. I can see why you're a runner. You speak as fast as you run, I'm sure. Project 45, we've got 2 17-year-olds, 1 16-year-old. They're Nathaniel Gabriel, Joshua Lau, and Ivo Kozminski. They are talking about regenerating energy from car shocks. So they are looking into physics and engineering, and they did a project focusing on methods of regenerating energy, which is received when the suspension system is in shock and converting that car shock into electrical energy. So hopefully they can explain more to us.
Hello, you guys. This looks like a lot of chemistry and difficult things. Which one of you guys wants to tell me a bit about the project?
Yeah, so it's mostly physics, not chemistry, but yes, it's basically regenerating energy from car shocks, which is a big loss of energy, especially in electric cars, where you try to make the efficiency as high as possible. So our project could basically transform the energy lost into electric energy so that the range of the electric cars could increase.
And how did the three of you figure out you want to work on this together? Was it like a mutual interest, or?
I mean, we went through like a series of ideas. We brainstormed what we would want, and we felt as though this idea would be the most beneficial and the most interesting to work on. And so we thought that would also be a fun experiment to see what actually would come out of it, what would the results be. So in the end, we feel as though this was the best option out of all the ideas we had.
And how long have you been working on this project that you're obviously really satisfied with?
Yeah, so we've been working on this project for about 2-3 months now. Basically every week we just like go over, we try handcrafting this with a saw and such. We cut all of this out, ourselves. Went to the store, we bought all of this, And for this thing, we got much help from this person's father. Yeah, many thanks to Carl. Yep.
Okay, thank you guys. Lisa, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Now we're moving on to Vowel production. So 3 students from Lycée Vauban in Luxembourg, Martino Cosma, Julien Dupuis, and Elias Sciortino Monaco, aged 17 and 18. And they have looked into how humans produce vowels in order to make a vowel resonator. So this is covering speech, it's covering biology, medicine, physics. They've measured resonant frequencies of vowels and how the length and the width of the vowel tract influence, and they've measured the frequencies therein in our human tract here, and I think they've even tried to replicate that. So perhaps they can tell us more about their vowel production experiment.
Ok les garçons, j'ai lu votre titre, j'ai immédiatement pensé à l'opéra. Est-ce que votre étude a un rapport avec la manière dont les personnes chantent, parlent, etc. Pouvez-vous en développer?
Je ne vais pas vraiment dire que c'est comment les personnes chantent, mais plus comment les personnes parlent et produisent les voyelles. Donc on explique les facteurs physiques qu'il y a dans notre tractus vocal, donc notre gorge plus notre bouche avec nos langues et notre lèvres, et comment ça forme différentes cavités qui résonnent, et ces fréquences qui sont résonnées, ça forme nos voyelles quand on parle.
Et pourquoi cette recherche? Qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé à rechercher cela? Pourquoi vous trois ensemble? Quel est le procédé?
On s'est demandé, vu que la communication principale des humains, c'est quand même la voix, on s'est demandé comment ça se fait qu'on puisse produire autant de sons différents rien qu'avec de l'air dans notre gorge. Et donc on a décidé de traiter ce sujet avec des groupes d'amis de notre lycée, et du coup de passer ici pour le présenter à plusieurs personnes et montrer ce qu'on a découvert et les petits résonateurs qu'on a créés qui permettent de simuler aussi cette voix.
Oui, justement, j'ai vu tous les tubes sur la table, je me posais la question, à quoi servent-ils? Quel est le résultat?
En fait, ça reproduit le tractus vocal, notre gorge, et ça, avec un appui à canard, on simule les cordes vocales, et après on arrive à modifier le son de source émis pour avoir des voyelles. Je peux le faire devant.
Malheureusement, pour l'interview, on n'a pas le temps, mais j'espère que vous saurez le faire pour le jury. Merci les garçons, bonne chance à vous.
Now we move to somebody a little bit younger. Alexandre Bouc is 13 years old from Lycée Michel Rodange, and he has looked into a detector to change the intensity of UV rays, ultraviolet rays, and red, green, blue to help us make good decisions when we're outside. I was about to say outside in the sunshine, but of course it doesn't need sunshine for this to affect our skin. So from Lycée Michel Rodange, I think he's the first one from Lycée Michel Rodange. Over to Alexandre.
Bonjour. Tu veux m'expliquer un peu ton projet?
Oui, mon projet en fait c'est juste un boîtier qui peut mesurer l'intensité des rayons du soleil en UV et qui peut mesurer l'efficacité de lunettes de soleil pour savoir si elles sont utiles ou bien si elles servent juste à rien.
Et comment tu as eu l'idée de travailler sur ce projet spécifiquement?
J'étais à la plage, je marchais le long avec mon frère et j'ai vu le soleil et puis d'un coup je me suis posé les questions si la crème solaire elle était utile ou si mes lunettes de soleil étaient efficaces.
Et tu as construit ce boîtier tout seul? C'était avec de l'aide? C'était comment?
En fait c'était chez nous à la maison, on a utilisé une plaque en fibre de bois et puis on a coupé avec une scie sauteuse. Ma mère m'a un peu aidée au début, mais après j'ai quand même fait tout seul.
Et tu es satisfait du résultat ou est-ce que tu te dis que tu vas encore beaucoup y travailler après cette journée?
Il n'est pas complètement terminé, il y a quand même encore à faire, mais c'est déjà pas mal.
Et tu as commencé il y a combien de temps? Genre combien de temps est-ce que tu as travaillé sur ça?
L'idée vient déjà depuis longtemps, mais c'est que depuis 3 mois à peu près, 2 mois.
Merci beaucoup.
And now we're moving on to the chemical analysis of local water sources. We've got local water sources, 2 people from the European School in Kirchberg, Majaj Goraj, who is 16, and Mikolai Mikulus, who is age 17. So they've analysed water samples from local sources, and then, of course, they tested them.
Water. And I'm seeing in the title, it's the chemical analysis. So is it in order to see if the water is drinkable, or was it simply out of curiosity? What was the purpose?
The purpose was to see whether the water is drinkable, and also the curiosity to see how many elements are there in the water in our local sources.
Now, what were the results of this research, and which water would you then consider being drinkable as a local water source?
We can't really tell because we didn't conduct microbiological tests, but from the chemical perspective, Alzette River is not really drinkable, and I would guess like sources from the small rivers in forests are probably good. There's nothing wrong, but there's some iron here, so it's above the allowed threshold, so I wouldn't really drink those Alzette and small rivers, but the second source, which we can see here, it comes straight out of the stone, and I think it's good.
All right, so source water is good, and if it's been lying around for a while, do not drink it. Thank you, boys. See you later.
Well, now the next project is very interesting to us adults who have to pay taxes. We're moving on to economy here, economics. And Christian Ardelenau has, from Etienne de Luxembourg, he's age 16, he's written an essay and investigated why progressive taxation systems are more effective than flat systems at reducing inequalities within an economy. So this is absolutely fascinating, and I am very excited to hear more. And I wonder if he's already got an inroad into talking to governmental departments on this, because of course country to country taxation systems vary a lot, and we all care about it. It is what pays for our education system, no less. So to hear more, please, Christian, I would like to hear more.
Hi, do you want to tell me a bit about your project?
What?
You good? Do you want to tell me a bit about your project? Just like a little introduction of what you worked on.
Yeah. So basically, in my project, I discussed the differences between the progressive and the flat taxation systems, and I explained that progressive taxation systems are better at solving inequalities within a society. So in the theory part, I said that it helps to redistribute the wealth, and it also helps to compensate for government corruption, the government corruption often benefits the top 1%, which are already very wealthy. And then I discussed the special compensatory theory, which is about the VAT or the sales tax, and it's 20% of a product is the tax usually. And this is a regressive tax because poorer people can afford less of a product due to the VAT, while richer people can buy more of it. And then for my real-life comparison, I compare Latvia and Estonia, and I say the effects of Latvia has a progressive taxation system and Estonia has a flat taxation system. and I basically explained that Latvia's equality, like I use 3 indicators for equality. The IHDI, which is like the Human Development Index, but it's adjusted for the inequalities. And I also use the Gini coefficient, which measures like the wealth distribution within an economy, according to like it needs to be like this sort of straight line here, where like ideally 50% of the people would have 50% of the wealth in a country, but this is impossible. And like the Gini tries to like measure how close the equality is, how close the wealth distribution is. And basically for Latvia, it's always less equally distributed, but that's because it's always had big problems with equality. But when it implemented its progressive system in 2018, there was already like improvement in the Gini coefficient. So the numbers were lower because it goes from 0 to 1, and 0 is perfect equality, and 1 is perfect inequality.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. It's an absolutely fascinating title there, and thank you to Christian for explaining it so well. Now we're sticking with the Athénée de Luxembourg. We've got 3 people aged 16 and 17, Shaheen Jordi, Yigit Gunes and Rodrigo van Meyer Goulart, who are going to talk about Aura, a wearable UV monitoring bracelet for protection against the sun. So this is also looking into UV rays.
You've seen people gain and lose aura, but I don't think this is what this is about. Could you develop about your project?
I think Yiti has...
Aura is a brand new bracelet that measures and displays the UV index of your surroundings, and it provides actions to prevent the damage coming from the sunlight.
Now, who came up with this idea? Why come up with the idea? What was the thought process behind it?
So my friend, a few months ago I went to Brazil. In Brazil then I got a really bad sunburn, but there was no sun outside. So I talked then with my friends about this, and we then got the idea to research why we got sunburns and what it leads to. And then we found out how bad it is, how it can cause cancer. So we got the idea then to do a bracelet to protect people from having such situations in the future.
Wow, a sunburn with no sun, that seems scary. And how did you guys develop the bracelet? What's the technicalities behind it?
So first of all, we had to find a way to measure the UV index, which is done with our UV sensor here. And then this measures the UV index and sends it via the other chip to our mobile phone, which shows the UV index and actions to take, as he said. And yeah, that's it.
Well, this seems very well developed. I hope the juries like it. I definitely like it, especially with the name, the brand. Everything's thought well of, so good luck to you boys.
Lenny, you have a fabulous aura, so you don't need to worry about that. Moving on to Project 51, Ada van Merkelen, who is 16 from the European School in Kirchberg, and she has looked into the indication of gender differences in stress coping mechanisms in teenagers, adolescents, and she did a quantitative and qualitative survey here. So she looked at people aged 14 to 17. There were 28 people she looked at, so it's a small survey for social science. But the results are indicating that females do report the greater need to cope with stress.
Hi, do you want to give me a quick introduction to your project?
So my project is on whether or not there are differences in the way male and female adolescents aged 15 to 17 deal with stress. So yeah, I made a Google form and I surveyed 28 adolescents, so 14 males, 14 females, to get to know whether or not they cope with their stress, how often, do they use mindfulness techniques, also their comfort discussing anxiety, to really see if there are definite differences between the way male and female adolescents deal with it.
And how did you come up with this idea? Have you always been passionate about like dealing with anxiety, coping mechanisms?
Yeah, me and also many people that I know included do find stress, especially now in adolescence, with so many important decisions involving school and future decisions. It's really important to find a good way to manage your stress. And yeah, just seeing the differences between perhaps how male and female adolescents deal with it. Perhaps if there are definite differences, which you'll see if you look at my poster, that can help sort of build a sense of compassion towards one or the other, and kind of get to know a good, effective way that works for you with your stress.
Perfect. I love this. I love the presentation as well. Well, I hope you don't have too many of stressful evenings. And then, yeah, back to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're moving on to an FJS regular. She works in computer science most years. It's Avanti Sharma. She's 18 and at the European School in Luxembourg, and she has developed Studified, a software process which can verify student identities online, and that of course can mean we're preventing catfishing and impersonation attacks on social media.
Auntie isn't here, but I'm here with Benedict and Martin, who are going to present to us
our project on lithium-ion batteries. So,
what did the project? What gave you this idea? Why this project, and what was the research behind it?
I felt that the people in the Democratic Republic of Congo are being oppressed by the mines, and it has drastic effects on the biodiversity of these areas also.
And what did your research of the batteries show? How did you guys proceed with it?
Well, we showed that it significantly affects the growth of plants. For example, over here, the solutions with lithium chloride were significantly affected the plants. We also showed that the plants were slightly affected when they were mature, but we did not quite get concrete results from that.
So your research came out of empathy for the people in the Congo. And what's the scientific aspect of it, and how did you proceed with the plant research? How did you add the lithium to it? I'm seeing all these experiments. How did you go through with it?
So we mixed them with water, and we put them in the sunlight and just let them grow, and then we observed the differences of the different plants and to show how harmful it is to living organisms.
So as you can see, lithium is not only harmful to a whole country, but also to plants. Hopefully this research can help people realize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Benedict and Martin there. They're from the European School, and sorry that Avanti is not with us. We're moving on to Maxime Bouc now, who is 18 from Lycée Michel Rodange and has developed a project, a modular self-assembling robotic system. So again, this is moving into the sphere of engineering and computer science, and it's through the ability to form any complex configuration. It's highly adaptable to various scenarios and environments, so it could also move into the space realm.
Hello. Do you want to give me a quick introduction to this entire project?
Yes, of course. So my project is about modular robotic systems. So single modules can't do a lot on their own, but once they merge together into an entire system, they're highly flexible and adaptable to any possible task. So I got intrigued by these systems through a movie, and I did a lot of research on the existing projects. And I found out that there were three major issues which I tried to resolve in creating my own system. I always try to minimize the size and then go on to fast simulations and big simulations where a lot of modules are computed, and to look if it would be a viable solution in real life.
And how long does this entire process take? Like, trying to find solutions doesn't really sound like an easy task.
Yes, so it's already the second year I'm working on this project. It's going on for a long time, and I'm actually using knowledge from even further back.
Do you feel like you're progressing quickly, or is it really like a slow process?
So, of course, there's always moments of slowing down, but in the whole run, I'm pretty confident that I'm working on. And process is being made.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maxime, there. Now to Ido Somek and Johan Bost. They're aged 15 and 19 from St. George's International School and the Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, in fact. And they have developed together something, let me just read the title to you here, Modeling a V2B 2G electric vehicle network as a best substitute for a national microgrid frequency and stability optimization in Luxembourg. So this paper is looking into the feasibility of cost-saving alternatives when it comes to grid solutions. Some of us, mostly adults, when we have to think about electrical costs in our homes or how things are functioning or how energy is moving between solar panels or where we're getting our our electricity from. So here they're thinking about using physics and engineering to deal with environmental science. So again, it's all of the sciences coming together. And over to you to tell us more.
All right, boys, I'm seeing a lot of information here. Could one of you develop on what the general idea is?
So basically what we were doing, we were looking at like some trends which we could see in the approach of the Luxembourgish government in order to sustainability. This is one of which is, for example, that's the beta of new sustainability energy sources. For example, the beta of wind and solar energy. And the second of which is the higher adoption rate of EV vehicles. And we saw great potential in this. I want to develop this idea, and I think I'm just going to Ido.
Okay, so what do you have to say about it? I'm seeing all these stats, all these researchers. What did you guys do? What was the process behind it?
Yeah, so our idea was basically to use electric vehicles in order to stabilize the grid's frequency, like its heartbeat. Because if it goes too high, it could damage equipment. If it goes too low, it could cause blackouts. So it's crucial to keep it stable. And currently it's used, currently Luxembourg uses big batteries to stabilize it. And these take up space and money. And so a much better solution, which we're trying to prove the viability of, is to use electric vehicles. And their batteries pull together in order to pretty much act like a battery, like a massive battery.
All right, well, this seems like a very well thought out process. I hope you guys manage to develop it further. Good luck to you with the juries and have a nice day.
Now we're moving to a 14-year-old from Lycée Gaston Thorne. It's Maxence Sidorif, and Maxence has looked into the optimization for transport for the blob. Now, this is a very interesting unicellular organism, often known about in biology or environmental sciences, and this is actually being used in a very interesting way to improve the infrastructures, the iron infrastructures of the tramway in Luxembourg. So Maxence, this is a fascinating project. You're only 14. How did you come up with this idea?
Bonjour. Tu veux déjà m'expliquer comment tu as eu l'idée de faire ce projet?
Alors, tout a commencé sur YouTube quand je regardais des vidéos un peu de science. Et je suis tombé sur cette espèce d'animal jaune bizarre qui m'a donné et qui m'a commencé à me fasciner parce qu'il peut se déplacer et grandir alors qu'il n'a pas d'organes.
Et les sciences, c'est quelque chose qui t'intéresse déjà il y a longtemps ou pas vraiment?
Oui, depuis tout petit, oui.
Et est-ce que je peux demander pourquoi? Genre, c'était plutôt à cause de la famille, à cause des amis ou toi-même?
J'ai toujours fait des recherches par moi-même sur Internet et au fil de la curiosité, j'ai commencé à m'intéresser pour des trucs de plus en plus complexes et c'est passé par la science et j'ai beaucoup aimé.
Et là, ce projet, ça a duré longtemps? Est-ce que c'est toujours in the process? Comment ça se passe?
C'est toujours en cours, mais ça a déjà été réalisé ça a déjà été modifié, mais moi, je le fais du coup pour l'expérience que je fais. Comme ça, je suis sûr que c'est unique, quoi.
Très bien, merci beaucoup.
So now we're moving on to the next project, and we have somebody who's joining us from University College Dublin, actually. It's Sarah Mackle, and her project, she's 21 years old, is Barriers and Facilitators to Primary Eye Care Services, a narrative review. So she's written a paper analysing the barriers and facilitators to the implementation and delivery of primary care eye services in 15 sub-Saharan African countries where, well, everywhere eye care is important, but she has looked into how it disproportionately affects low and middle income families.
All right, so I read your title, Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm from Ivory Coast, which is in Sub-Saharan Africa. What was your interest into this study?
Yeah, so this project actually formed part of my dissertation research in undergrad, which worked with a professor who works with a project called the ArcLight Project, which works to engineer or frugally engineer ophthalmological devices for primary eye care services in sub-Saharan Africa primarily. So sub-Saharan Africa is really interesting to me as a region because, and I understand that it's super diverse as a region, and this is something that I go into in my project, where kind of like a lot of ophthalmological projects and health systems are set up very differently. So my project was just essentially looking at kind of like, are there barriers and facilitators to delivery of ophthalmological services at a primary care level in different sub-Saharan African countries, especially in Central and East Africa? Are there common barriers? Are there common facilitators? And is there anything that like consistently helps the project strengthen themselves, whether at a government level, at a local or community level? So what my project looked at was kind of like, how do we strengthen eye care services? Because currently only, so on average, 30% of people in sub-Saharan Africa as a whole can access eye care, despite 1 in 5 people in the on the continent, or on kind of like the super region, having an eye care need. And so part of the strategy for kind of like improving access to eye care services is to delegate to primary care workers or to delegate to community care workers. And my project looked at, okay, how do we actually implement kind of like the programs that help train community care workers, that help train eye care workers in kind of like local community contexts or in primary care contexts, especially in rural regions. I thought that it was a really interesting region to study. It was kind of like, it was such a challenge looking at all kind of like the different health systems, the different governments. So yeah, it was really cool.
All right, well, I think she said everything. No need to ask any more questions. Thank you very much, and good luck with the jury.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We're now moving on to space sciences. So we've got 2 people. This is Project 58, Louis Verticelli and Samuel Labignetti. They are both 16 from Lycée Vauban in Luxembourg, and they've looked into regolith studies. So lunar regolith, it's a key resource. It will become very, very important as we move into construction and survival on the moon. And that's, of course, in particular due to the solidification of regolith by microwave sintering and its potential for oxygen extraction. So let's look into what they have discovered.
Hello, you guys. This looks really, really beautiful. Do you guys want to tell me a bit about your project?
Yes, so our project is about the lunar regolith use. So regolith is a seen dust which is present on every moon and planets. On the moon, it takes the form of a small dust like this. It's pretty. It's like a dust, very, very thin particles. And our project is about how to use it on the moon for many different utility. My friend Louis can talk about.
So we want to make regolith for the lunar construction with the solidification. We have the extract water from this thin dust, or extract oxygen.
How long have you been working on it? Has it been like
So last year we started first project of building a prototype of a lunar base, and this year we started working on the regolith project, and the ESRIC work with us and help us a lot. This is the spatial part of the University of Luxembourg, and they help us a lot with many questions that we have, and it was very interesting.
All right, thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing them at Luxembourg Space Resources Week, which is coming up in May 19th to the 21st. And ESRIC has been mentioned there. It's the European Space Innovation Centre based in Luxembourg. Now we're moving on to something that makes me smile. Again, a title here. The effects of Red Bull components on heart rate in Daphnia. So Sophia Di Giovanni, Lucille Rivon-Martinelli and Lindsay Blanchard, aged 16 and 17 from the International School of Luxembourg, have looked into Red Bull.
All right, girls. Red Bull, I personally don't drink it. Why did you guys research this?
So we chose to research this because we know that a lot of teenagers, and including other people, drink Red Bull a lot, and we wanted to make sure what the actual effects on our personal health were, because we heard of a DJ, I forgot his name right now, I think it's Fat Man Cooper or something. He actually passed out from having a Red Bull, so we just really wanted to see what are these effects and how do they impact our health.
And what were the results of your research?
So basically we found out that taurine significantly increased heart rate of Daphnia, which makes sense because it usually
lowers blood pressure, which has an effect of increasing heart rate. So that was our main finding.
And so after this whole plan, this whole intricate research, what would you say to these teenagers that are drinking 10 bottles, 10 cans a day?
Well, we would definitely try this. The aim of our project was to raise awareness for people who drink Red Bull and to kind of inform them of the effects of the danger of energy drinks like Red Bull. And so we would advise to stop drinking 10 cans a day.
So you heard it here. Stop backing 10 cans a day and let go of Red Bull, drink water. Thank you very much.
I think we have the message loud and clear there. So now we're moving on to something completely different. Arthur Seban, Mathieu Lin and Jakub Novak are aged 16 and 18 from Lycée Vauban in Luxembourg. And their project is entitled The Usage of Signal Analysis for Improvements on Automatic Speech Recognition Models. So they're looking into computer science, maths, large language model learning and different signal process methods to minimize the cost of training for an autonomous speech recognition model.
Hello you guys. Do you want to tell me a bit about your project first?
Yeah, okay. So our project is about automatic speech recognition. So it's basically vocal recognition. So how does a computer understand what we say?
And how long have you been working on this project together?
We've been working on it for since October, I think. So it's been a lot of time, and we've done a lot of things.
And how did you figure out the three of you wanted to work on this together? Are you like classmates, friends? How did you figure it out?
I don't know. We were doing a project together, a physics project about the propagation of sound in the vocal tract and things like that. And we figured it was a good idea to continue and to do the informatic parts where we say how do we recognize voice.
All right, well, thank you guys so much, and I wish you the best of luck with the project.
Thank you very much. So we're back now. We're coming up towards a break. We've had many projects we've gone through. Not many missing as well. So well done for everybody taking their little morning off school and getting here on time. We're moving now on to mind versus media, the investigation of the impact of social media on students' working memory. And we've got three 20-year-olds, Paula Den Otter, Alexandra Sen and Greta Orzekovic, who have come from the University Ludwig Maximilian in Munich, the Technical University of Delft, and also the University of Twente. So from three universities, they've come to talk to us about mind versus media.
All right, ladies, I see the title. I will not lie, I sometimes get lost in TikTok. What does your research show? What should I be doing?
So we made a fully phone-compatible experiment to get as many participants as possible, and we wanted to find out whether it influences social media. So our results were actually not significant enough, unfortunately, but we still say that it's a very important topic to research.
We really want to raise awareness for having like a healthy relationship with social media, because we think it's so important and we really need to research this topic more.
Now, I got hacked 2 days ago in my Instagram account. Does your research explain a little bit, show safety measures and everything about it?
Not directly safety measures, but we also encountered some problems with actually a server crash in our experiment server, which took out 3 days of our whole experiment, which really was problematic for us.
Yeah, so as you can see, the media isn't very safe, and I think their study shows it, and hopefully you guys can develop it more, give us more interesting results. I will take one of your stickers because I see the work done here. Good luck to you with the jury, and have a nice day.
Oh, if only that message were more prevalent. Project 62 now, it's Enes Gega, who is 14 from Lycée Robert Schumann. The anti-cancer effects of black seeds, Nigella sativa. So he's looked into a report and has developed his own research to talk more about the anti-cancer potential of Nigella sativa, which is a plant that contains a chemical called thymoquinone, which can help fight against cancer. So there's some very promising preclinical trials, and he's going to tell us more.
Hi. I see this entire project. Do you first want to start off by telling me how you got the idea to work on this?
Yeah, so since I'm from Albania, you see street vendors selling Nigella sativa, black seed, promising that it's very helpful, especially against cancer. So I did a research on it, on using PubMed and Google Scholar, and I found out that it is actually anti-cancerous, but there have been studies on rats and on the cells itself. So needs a bit more research to confirm that it works on humans. There have also been like little surveys, little experiments on humans, but with small concentrations.
And so your project, or like your research, was only like based on the internet, or did you actually try it out on some rats or people? I don't know.
On the internet mostly, but I use the oil on myself if I, for example, get an infection or scabs or something. Yeah, and it helps out. For example, when I get an eye infection, it heals in half a day and it doesn't hurt anymore.
This is crazy. Great thing to know, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks.
So we're now moving on to two more projects before the break. This is Project 63. It's Henrik Nordling. And Henrik is going to talk about beating 6 hours, an attempt to extend the lifespan of the organ transplant viability window. So when an organ is taken outside the body, there is a certain length of time that it can continue to live before it is used in another human to help them survive. So Henrik is at the Athénée de Luxembourg. He is 17 years old, and we can go to him now.
I'm seeing, so your project consists in making organs more viable for a longer time before transplant. Is that right?
Yeah, so when you're transplanting organs, you remove it from the body, the donor body, and you only have a certain period of time where the organ is viable for transplant. And in the case of hearts, it's between 4 and 6 hours. What I want to do is I want to develop a system that extends that period of time. So instead of having 4 to 6 hours to get a heart from a donor to the recipient, you have maybe 18. So then you could maybe do a transatlantic donation, or you have just a longer period of time so that pressure is reduced. And the thinking is the body is a machine, a little bit more temperamental than, say, an engine, but it is a machine. And we understand how it works, we understand the processes. And so if you just break it down step by step, then you can understand what the heart wants, what it does, and what it needs. And you can, when it's removed from the body, you understand what you need to substitute. So the heart beats, it has a pacemaker. Internal pacemaker, doesn't receive a signal from the brain. Well, when it's removed from the body, you have an artificial pacemaker to keep it beating so that the cells are still functioning. The heart is a pump, so it pushes fluids through, it pushes nutrients through. Now there are 3 different types of blood vessels in the heart. You have the pulmonary arteries, the coronary arteries, which is what's important because the coronary arteries are the blood vessels that supply the heart with its own nutrients. Now the heart isn't pumping, so it is pumping because of the pacemaker, but we're also supporting it with a ventricular assist device. Now this is already used in heart surgery, and we're using that to help the heart pump the fluid solution, which I'll explain a little bit, through the coronary arteries to keep the heart supplied with oxygen and nutrients. The key element of this is the nutrient solution. Because it's a living organism, it's a cell. It needs oxygen, it needs nutrients, it needs waste products to be removed. So the nutrient solution, I've based it off of Ringer's lactate solution, which is developed to have the same tonicity as human blood, roughly. And I've also boosted it with some fatty acids, some ketones, some lactates, and some amino acids so that the cellular function can resume, so that it has all necessary ingredients to keep functioning.
Well, you explained everything. I think I have no more questions left for you. Seems like very detailed work. Good luck to the juries. Thank you. Yeah.
Moving to the final project before a small break, it's Tane Karnik, who is 17 at the Athénée of Luxembourg, and he has looked into tea and the biodiversity crisis. So this project explored the ecological impact of British colonial era tea cultivation in Darjeeling, West Bengal, and analysed how the historical land use has affected soil erosion and other environmental impacts.
Hi. This is a really beautiful presentation, genuinely. Can I ask where you got the idea to do this project?
Mainly reading. And well, I was curious because Darjeeling tea is really famous, so I wanted to discuss the ecological impacts of growing such tea. In biology class, we discussed the biodiversity crisis, so I was very interested in analyzing this topic.
And what was the most difficult part about this project and the whole research?
It's an interdisciplinary project, so definitely integrating the two subjects, history and biology, because they're so different. So finding common ground, being able to present it so that it's understandable, yeah.
And how long have you been working on this project, actually?
It's a project I did for school as well, so around 6 months. It's been really long, a lot of research, yeah.
And do you feel like you're done, like you've gotten to the final conclusion, or do you think it's a project that you will keep on?
So I definitely think this is a pretty big project. I feel like already limiting it to 2 different subjects, you lose so much information, so much stuff you can discuss, and then the word count, 5,000 words. So there's places to go, but maybe not right now.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with this, and yeah.
Thank you.
Tane, we're going to take a little short break now where you're going to see highlights of last year's competition. I'm going to just grab a little coffee, and the technical team here, who are doing a brilliant job, will also take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you very soon indeed.
Hello, we are now at the Forum Geesseknäppchen for the 53rd edition of the National Jonk Fuerscher competition. This year, we reached a new record with 83 participants coming from 29 schools and universities among 57 scientific projects.
I like studying biology, chemistry and math.
Grey water is wastewater, so it's kind of like when you wash your hands or when you wash yourself.
It kind of works as a protection tool to help teens like make the right decisions.
Yeah, so I did everything myself here, including the operating system for the cars, the chips and everything.
I'm one of the first 5 people in the entire world to be working on these types of AI.
This year, as previous years, we clearly see that our youngsters are inspired by their everyday lives. We have a lot of different projects for solutions regarding the climate change, but also cutting-edge technology projects, social sciences projects. It is very impressive.
We really had a lot of fun. We really like presenting our projects. We feel like it's really for everyone to understand.
If you're confronted with the news from time to time, you see there's a lot of things going wrong in the world. And I thought maybe the fact that we know what our place in the universe is could influence the way we see those topics and maybe even solve them to some extent.
Mathematics is only a tool, and the great thing about physics is that you can really predict what's happening in the real world.
Everything is really, really nice to look at, and all the projects are very interesting. And yeah, I just didn't expect it to be so much effort put into it, and it's really nice to see that.
So I want to congratulate all of our young Fuerscher for their impressive scientific endeavors. And you have to know that the competition is not just to compete, but it is a platform for you to be connected with your peers, exchange your thought with like-minded peers. You also have to know that the award ceremony is not the end. It is actually the starting point of a wonderful adventure. Every one of you will have the chance to go further with their scientific project on global stage. So again, congratulations to all of you.
So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful break, a time to just move about a little bit and actually talk and relax to each other. And I want to say a great thank you to the team on the floor. We've got Lenny and Sonia, who are learning an awful lot about all sorts of sciences. And I hope the judges are also finding this range of science so invaluable. The curious minds of our future scientists there on the ground. And it really is lovely also to have such a collation of schools on the floor and those who have come back to Luxembourg from being abroad at different universities. Now, just before the break, we heard from Tane. Now we're moving on to Project 65. We've got 3 people here, 2 ladies, 1 gentleman. We've got Daphne Ribière, Martin Krembel and Juliette Rose. They are 17 and 16 from Lycée Vauban, and they're looking into concrete. How can we prevent the degradation and, more importantly, restore aging concrete? So I'll hand over to you.
Je vois tout ce ciment, j'ai l'impression d'être sur un chantier. Est-ce que l'un de vous peut m'expliquer l'idée derrière ce projet?
Notre idée, elle est venue en visitant la Cité radieuse à Marseille. On a tout de suite remarqué qu'il y avait beaucoup de dégradation sur le ciment, donc on s'est demandé comment est-ce qu'on pourrait prévenir toute cette dégradation, ou alors comment la réparer, tout simplement parce que notre école, elle est elle aussi faite essentiellement de ciment. Donc on a cherché et trouvé plusieurs solutions, dont l'électrolyse. Donc pour pouvoir mettre en place l'électrolyse, donc c'est faire passer avec une cathode et une anode un courant dans le béton pour pouvoir changer le pH de ce béton afin de retirer l'eau qui s'est formée avec le temps dans le béton et donc qui cause les dégradations. Donc en changeant ce pH, ça va retirer toute trace d'eau dans le béton, ce qui va permettre de réduire considérablement toutes les fissures dans le béton. Et donc c'est pour ça qu'on a fait plusieurs blocs de béton pour pouvoir tester l'électrolyse. Et
donc là, je vois plusieurs échantillons différents. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut m'expliquer les différents...
Alors là, on a essayé de faire une expérience pour tester la solidité du béton. Donc en fait, on a la même quantité en fait, c'est du mortier. C'est du sable, du ciment, de l'eau. Et si on veut faire du béton, il faut ajouter de l'agrégat. Mais du coup, on n'a pas mis d'agrégat. Du coup, ça s'appelle du mortier. Bref, on a mis 60 grammes de mortier et on a mis différentes quantités d'eau. Donc par exemple, là, on a 20 ml d'eau, 5 ml d'eau, etc. Et donc on peut voir que le 15 ml d'eau, c'est le plus solide et c'est le plus joli, quoi, aussi.
Donc moins il y a d'eau, plus solide le béton il est, c'est ça?
Non, il faut déterminer la quantité d'eau précise pour que le béton soit parfait, quoi, et solide.
Entendu. Ça a l'air très très intéressant et je vous souhaite bonne chance avec les jurys. Merci beaucoup.
To that trio, thank you, Lenny. Now to Emmeline Book, who is 16 from Lycée Michel Rodange. And she has looked into the interactive exploration of the multiverse theory. So it sounds as though she wants to move into the world of theoretical physics or space sciences, because she has done her project on thinking about the multiverse in an interactive way, and also a way in which can help educate people like us.
Hi. Do you want to give me a quick introduction or like an explanation as to how or why you picked the multiverse as a project?
Okay, so basically I've always been interested in physics and astrophysics, and in the beginning of the year I read a lot of stories about the multiverse theory and like also in Marvel movies and things. And when I tried to look it up because I was interested in it, I couldn't understand anything because it was so formulated in a complicated way. So I decided to do this project so that people can understand it easily.
And so what was the most difficult part about creating this project?
Well, I decided to program a small game explaining 4 of the TechMarks universes. And since I'm quite new to game development, it was really hard for me to program it really good, and it's still half working only, but yeah.
So when you say half working, is this a project that you believe you will keep on working on, or is like today the final day?
Yeah, I mean, I really want to end the game, so because I have the 2 first levels that are working, like the second one almost, but yeah. And so I really want to finish the game, and yes, I think, yeah.
And how long has this entire process taken you?
Well, I've started, I think, a bit late, so 2 months ago I started, and then I had to do the dossier. But for the programming I started a month ago, and I had to work really, really a lot on it. So yeah, it's quite okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emmeline. There's nothing like a deadline to get us to finish the project and get our work done. I'm not sure that changes much in life, and maybe there's a project in that. Now moving to project 67, it's Samuel Bost. He is 17 from Macher Lycée in Grevenmacher, and we're moving towards social sciences now. The political orientation of Luxembourg's youth, as we've seen across Europe, a move towards conservatism, and so he has undertaken a project to study and explore whether that is also the case here in Luxembourg.
To a shift towards conservatism, how did you come up with this analyzing? Sorry. How did you come up with this analysis, and what was the thought process?
So I came up with it because I think it's important nowadays. I've personally seen a lot of videos on social media about the political shift in Germany, France, and all of the other countries, and that was my and that's why I choose this topic, because we don't know it here. There are no statistics here in Luxembourg about the youth, if they got also more conservative, if there was here also a Rechtsruck like in the other countries.
Now, conservatism, what is your opinion on it?
What, sorry?
What is your opinion on conservatism? Why look into this political aspect of Luxembourg?
My opinion about conservatism is it can be good, but it can also be dangerous, because I think conservatism is an opinion that everybody can have, but there are parties who say they're conservative, but they are rights or far rights, and that's dangerous for the democracy. But in general, conservatism isn't a bad thing. It's okay. It's everyone can have their opinion.
Well, I see a very intricate presentation. Hopefully the juries like it. Good luck to you today.
I just want to say thank you to Daniel Arcone for the coffee in our cups. You see, we have everything branded here. It even matches my dress, you see. This is not accidental. We're all on brand here at FJSL. Now, moving on to the next project, and I wish Emmeline the greatest of luck in explaining all of the conservative shift in Luxembourg to our society and also to our government, in fact. We're moving on to a project now which is in outer space, from Earth to Mars, developing viable habits for colonization. From Lycée Michel Lucius, we've got Sanvi Singh and Sama Ahmed Shehata Said. So they're going to talk to us, they're 16 and 17, about what we need in order to develop a colony on Mars.
Hello, girls. Do you want to give me a quick introduction to your project?
Okay, so our project is based on Mars colonization, and we were thinking of ways that we could make that actually happen, since many scientific researchers are already looking on how to settle on Mars. So we were thinking of what things can we do in order to actually live there.
And what inspired this project? How did you think of this idea?
The movie, we saw The Martian. And we were like, oh, that's such a cool movie and that's such a cool idea, and what if we can settle outside Earth? And that's how we started to actually research about it.
And is this the first time you were participating in this contest?
Well, for me it's the first time. She has done it last year as well, but it was with a different person. Yeah.
And how do you feel about the project so far? Are you satisfied? Do you feel like you would have needed more time?
I think we're satisfied with what we have so far, but from the feedback we've gotten so far, there are ways we could have improved it, but so far it's okay.
I mean, there's always room for improvement, so I think you guys are doing great. I love the presentation. And how long did you work on it?
Well, if you talk about the research and the poster, then we took around 5 months. 5 months? Yeah, 5 months, 6, yeah.
Thank you so much, girls.
Thank you.
So now we're moving to project 69. We've got 3 people aged 17 and 18, all females, and they have come from Lycée Vauban encore. So we've had a number of projects from Lycée Vauban. It's one of the most popular schools, along with ISL, St. George's, European School, and the Athénée as well. So it's always lovely to have the popular schools, but we want to encourage the other schools as well. This, of course, is a competition open to everybody. So project 69, we've got Ekaterina Tota François, rather, and Mary-Lou Schmitz and Morgane Albert van Giffen. So they are going to talk about a magic stick for liquid crystals.
Ok, les filles. Je lis le titre, une bague magique, des cristaux. Quelle est l'expérience? Quel est le procédé derrière?
Alors nous sommes partis d'une chose très très simple, donc une bague magique, donc ça nous rappelle des souvenirs d'enfance et qui est censée changer en fonction de l'humeur. Et on s'est dit comment est-ce que ça se fait qu'un objet puisse changer en fonction de notre humeur. Et en fait on a mis l'hypothèse que ça peut changer en fonction de la variation de température. Et donc on a une méthode scientifique rigoureuse qui nous a permis de trouver les résultats ici. Donc Morgane, si tu veux en parler.
Comme vous l'observez avec le tableau, en fonction de la couleur, en fonction par exemple de la température, la couleur elle change et c'est ce qui justement se passe avec les bagues. Et donc par exemple, plus on a chaud, plus la bague elle va être rouge et donc soi-disant sur la publicité ici là, du coup on serait par exemple plus stressé ou nerveux. Mais donc en réalité c'est pas du tout avec l'humeur.
Donc est-ce que nos températures changent en fonction de notre humeur ou c'est juste la publicité de la bague?
Ça on n'a pas trop étudié mais on pense que c'est quand même lié parce que par exemple moi quand je suis énervée j'ai tendance à avoir chaud et voilà. Mais après par exemple moi sur celle que j'ai achetée il y avait écrit si la bague elle est bleue vous êtes amoureux. Moi je pense pas que la température elle change en fonction de si on est amoureux ou pas de quelqu'un, donc à voir encore hein.
Oui, du coup l'étude a l'air très intéressante, la bague également. Bravo les filles et bonne chance avec les jurys.
Thank you, Lenny. Good luck to you three ladies. Now we're moving on to a project which is entitled Investigating the Antibacterial Properties of Natural Substances. This is a project coming from just next door at ISL, the International School of Luxembourg. We have Onse Choi, or Choi, who is 17, and also Ye-Jin Hong, who is 17. Now, they are talking about the rise of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. This has been going on for decades now. And it is always increasing the need for something that can tackle this. So something that is an antibacterial agent, but of course is not resistant to bacteria because bacteria develop and evolve just like us humans. So what have you found, ladies?
Hello, ladies. Do you want to tell me a bit about your project? Give me a quick introduction.
So our project is about investigating effectiveness of natural substances in killing bacteria.
And how long have you been working on this project?
So we worked on this project for about 3 months, including all the experiment that we did and planning and also writing the evaluation for it. It took us about 3 months in total.
And from you describing this entire process to me, what was the most difficult part about the project?
I think it's placing the natural substances in the hole of agar plates because it's in powder format, so it was really hard to fit it in.
Yeah, science all about precision and everything. And have you always had a passion for science, or not really?
Both of us all had passion for science. We are interested. She's interested in pharmacy, and I'm interested in medicine for my future career. And we are always interested to participate in Jonk Fuerscher, participate in a science competition like this.
So you would recommend this contest to other people?
100%.
So is this not your first time participating?
Yeah, I planned to participate once a few years ago, but because of COVID, I couldn't. But yeah, being in the stage and really performing is my first time over here.
Thank you so much, girls, and good luck with your project.
Thank you very much. Good luck to those ladies. Now we're moving to a project which combines somebody from the European School in Luxembourg, in Mameur, and Lycée Gaston Thorne. So it's Kathleen Boyer and Gabriela Weichmann-Goncalves. And they're looking into the effects of dance on the body. So I can imagine it's very good for us to get up and dance. It's a social activity, it's a mental activity, it's a physical activity. It's ticking all the boxes. And I happen to know it can stave off dementia. So I know these young 14-year-olds don't need to think about dementia yet, but for somebody in the middle of our lives, we do need to think about this. So I'm really looking forward to the research on dance, on mental health and the body.
All right, girls, I'm seeing dance. My younger brother dances professionally in jazz. I like to dance myself. Tell me about your research.
Well, we're both also dancers, so we only thought it was right to do a project on it.
And what have you found out about the benefits? obviously it's physical training, so what else have you found out?
Well, we both just like decided to do this project because, yeah, we did.
Well, basically, a lot of people think that dance is not a sport, and we believe otherwise. So we wanted to make a project to prove that it's also like very physical and it's very good for your health. And yeah.
I mean, I believe dancing is a sport. Since my younger brother has started, his legs have become very muscular, you know. So I definitely know it's an effort. And even myself, when I dance, I am very tired afterwards. So I don't doubt 1 second that it makes me feel better and also better physically. So good job, good luck with the jury, and have a nice day.
We're moving on to a project now with Petra Straga. Petra is 20 at Han University of Applied Sciences. And just bear with me because I've just put the title of this project into Claude AI, which is a new form of AI. And the title is IDH1 wild type versus IDH1 or 314C enzymatic activity. So I'm hoping that she can explain this further to us. But effectively, it's a discussion comparing two versions of an enzyme, and all of this is in relation to brain cancer. And I do care about brain cancer a lot because my father died of a brain tumor, so I really hope this research goes all the way.
Hi. This looks like a lot of information, difficult things, brain, everything. Do you want to give me like a quick introduction about your project?
Yeah, of course. So I was looking into IDH1, which is an enzyme. So there's a wild type and a mutant, and I was looking at the differences in their enzymatic activity, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, I know I was in a chemistry section, so I kind of know what you're talking about. And do you want to tell me how you got the idea to even do this project?
Yeah, so this was something we did at the university, actually. We spent 5 months doing it in labs. So it kind of made sense to like use this work for something, yeah.
So how long has this entire process been going on for?
Yeah, so it started in September, and then the last lab was in January, but I still had to do the write-up and stuff. So yeah, about like 5 months in total.
And how do you feel about your project? Are you like satisfied? Do you feel like there's still a lot of work to do?
So I kind of have no good results, which is really disappointing for like months of work. Yeah, exactly, science. But yeah, I mean, I learned a lot, so that felt pretty satisfying. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, and I wish you the best of luck.
So good luck to Petra there with that wonderful research from Han University, and thank you also for coming back to Luxembourg. Now to a 12-year-old, so changing that age envelope right back down to 12. He is one of our youngest applicants, so congratulations on even doing that. It's Justin Michael Koka from Lycée Michel Lucius. And the title is The Immortality, Bodily Regeneration and How to Live 1,000 Times Longer. Well, Justin, how do we do that?
All right, Justin, Michael, I'm seeing renewal, I'm seeing cells. First thing I thought of was Wolverine, who can regenerate his skin. Tell me more.
I was working on my project is about stem cells, where in the future with them, if we can like control them, like use them correctly, we can like basically, yeah, I think like we can like regenerate anything kind of, because you can just take like a part of it, like your skin, and we with the 4 genes you mix it and reprogram it with the DNA to turn into something like any other cell, like a heart cell. So this is also like maybe in the future we can also cure cancer with the stem cells if we know them.
So I'm seeing cloning, regeneration. This is all very superhero-like. What motivated you to research this?
When I was last year, I had a school project about crocodiles, and I realized that in their teeth they had a lot of stem cells, and they like regenerate their teeth like 50 times in their lifetime. So then that's when it started, and then I started researching more about them, and then I chose this to do this. That's why.
Well, very impressive work. We have impressive animals, just like Justin here is impressive himself. Good luck to you with the jury and have a nice day.
Well, I'm going to try to look into that because we all want to live a long and healthy life. And speaking of healthy life, the next topic is investigating the impact of source variation on turmeric's antibacterial properties. We all know turmeric is very, very good for our health. And from ISL, we've got two 15-year-old students, Gayatri Gayatri, you're testing me here on your name, and Alicia Dang, that's an easier one to pronounce. So their study investigated the antibacterial properties of different turmeric variants against E. coli bacteria. So let's take a little look into their research.
Hello, ladies. I see a lot of bacteria, a lot of research. Do you want to tell me a bit more about your project?
Yeah, so my name's Alicia and Gaia, and we're both Indian girls. We've grown up in a very Indian cultural household, and we both have grown up hearing a lot about turmeric's antibacterial properties and effects. So we did our own research on it, and we found out that it's a rhizotomatous herb commonly found in Southeast Asia, and it has been used for 4,000 years in Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medicine. And it actually, turmeric contains a compound called curcumin, which is a polyphenol with antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and bioactive properties, which makes it such a good ingredient in medicine.
Well, I'm Moroccan, so my mom loves to cook with that as well. That's why I kind of know what you're talking about. And so how did you get the idea? Was it just because you heard your parents talk about it a lot in your household and that made you want to start this project?
Yeah, mostly, I think. Yeah. We both were really interested in if it was actually genuinely finding out, you know?
Actual biomedical properties as well as or if it's just more traditional, or if it has E. coli, actual bacterial, antibacterial properties.
Yeah.
And how long have you been working on this project, the research, the process?
I think we started around last October, November.
I think a couple months. I don't know exactly how long.
We started right before the winter break. So I think around November we started. Mm-hmm. So it's been, how many months has that been? 5? It's been 5 months.
Yeah, more or less.
It's been about 5 months. And yeah, we just really wanted to participate in this competition to get a feel of what it would be like to, research something and then actually get to present your work and your ideas to people. Yeah.
Thank you so much, girls, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
So we're already on Project 76. This is from Andrew Boyer, 17, from the European School in Mamers. And his project is about ionic thrusters and plasma engines, a new era of transportation. Well, I think we all know we're moving into a new era of transportation. So, Lenny, have you got Andrew with you?
Yes, I'm here with Andrew. So, I'm seeing your chart. It's making me think about sci-fi movies, rockets, space. Tell me more.
So my project is more about sci-fi also, which could be an advancement in human technologies, meaning to bring the human 1 step ahead or 3 steps ahead, like Nicocado Avocado said. I would think my project would revolutionize the way of transport in our society and make it more sustainable for everyday transports.
Now, you're saying everyday transport, but most of the times, plasma, ionic thrusters, I've never seen that on the road. How does your project explain how we could use it in a daily way?
So in a daily way, for example, on a car, bus, or even train, we could implement new systems, meaning we use electric fields, which would create a bit more of thrust, but which is not really necessary on Earth because we already have ions. So if we could scoop in these ions, make them faster, rotate faster, we could propulse them and make them faster, but it won't really work on Earth after what I researched because we have way too many ions to propulse a normal thing, and it's not really efficient. It goes 20 to 50 kilometers a second, so it's not really that good. Kilometers an hour, sorry. Second, no. It's not the best, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, it still seems very interesting. Hopefully you can impress the judges, and I wish you good luck.
Now we're moving on to a very serious topic, and we have Amundsen Howarth, who is 16 and she is at the Athénée de Luxembourg. Her project is on cancer. Can neoantigen cancer vaccines improve outcomes for stage 4 melanoma patients with brain metastases? And so this project explores emerging and new, hopefully promising treatments of neoantigen cancer vaccines, which in itself is quite new and of course desperately important for people who are living with what is deemed incurable cancer.
Hi. First of all, I love this entire setup. It looks really, really cool. Can I ask what inspired this project?
Well, I think knowing nowadays there are a lot of more young people who are developing melanoma, and because of that, there are more people who are, who have stage 4 melanoma and where the melanoma has reached the brain. So we are really in a need for other treatments, and so that's what inspired my project. But
since this looks like a lot of work, which I can imagine, did you do everything by yourself? Did you get some help? How long was the entire process?
Well, I did most of it by myself. I had a bit of help from my mother, but I also interviewed a lot of professors, and they gave me lots of tips and tricks, and that was really, really helpful because
especially professors, I guess they can get the best advice. And are you satisfied with your entire project? Do you feel like this is something that you will work on further in the future, or are you pretty much done?
I think this is just the start of cancer vaccines. I think they will eventually really revolutionize cancer treatments in general, and I think right now it's really just the beginning, and.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with your project, and don't stress out. You got this.
Thank you so much to Amazon for explaining her wonderful research there. It's actually incredible the range of subjects we are covering this morning in this science competition. We're now moving back to space. We've had a number of projects on space, and this is Julia Bringewald, who is 19. She's studying in RWTH at Aachen, and the project is entitled Solar Flare Forecast, Comparative Analysis of Machine Learning Algorithms for Predicting Solar Flare Classes. There's a lot of alliteration in that. So solar flares, they're very, very important, of course, as we add to what's up there in space. They can damage things. We need to understand them. And she's here to explain more.
Julia, solar flare forecast. What is a solar flare?
So a solar flare is a high energetic burst coming from the sun's atmosphere, which can, if it hits Earth's magnetic field, cause significant interruptions of satellite communication as well as telecommunication on Earth.
Now, you're setting up a system in order to predict them, if I'm understanding correctly. How would this system work?
So what I did was I trained 3 different machine learning models based on historic solar flare data to compare their classification performance to see which model would be best for future solar flare prediction to prevent the impact I just mentioned.
Is it similar to the way people predict tremors and avalanches and all kinds of natural disasters, or is it a little more intricate since the sun is so far away?
Well, you could compare it to hurricane prediction. There is an amount of uncertainty, but it's the same system. You have different parameters that influence or are able to predict what you want to detect, so solar flares. And in this case, you use magnetic parameter to predict the probability of a solar flare in the future. So it's similar to that, yeah.
Well, this seems very interesting. Hopefully you impressed the jury. You definitely impressed me. And good luck today.
So now moving on to Ella Fangxi Jiang and Eva Lenandu. They are both females, 17, from the International School of Luxembourg and also Lycée Michel Lucius. Now they are going to talk to us about Bitcoin mining, and not only Bitcoin mining, but the decarbonization of Bitcoin mining. Now, this is a multi-dimensional analysis of global carbon emissions, energy transition, and policy optimization. So for once, we're going to hear about Bitcoin, but not from an economy perspective.
Hello, ladies. Do you guys want to give me a quick introduction to your project?
So our project is about how can we evaluate the effectiveness of carbon tax in transitioning Bitcoin mining to a more environmental friendly activity.
And how did you get the idea to work on this? What inspired this project?
So I was interested in environmental science, and she's interested in finance and Bitcoin investment really a lot. So we decided to combine the idea to try to find a balance to do a project on it. Yeah.
And how come you guys worked together? Did y'all find a mutual interest, or did you know you wanted to do something together? How come this duo happened?
Well, we wanted to do something together. We've been planning it for a long time already, so yeah.
And how long have you been working on this project specifically?
6 months from that, yeah.
And do you feel like your work is done, or do you think this is a work that you want to further work on after today?
I feel like there's still some limitations in our investigation, so there must be like many points that we can further research on. So this project is right now like not really finished, I think. There's much to expand on it. So.
Yeah, I feel like because right now we're evaluating the effectiveness of something. We're not really creating something new because that would take a different approach from a scientific perspective more. But this one is like financial because we try to combine the ideas. So we try to evaluate some financial effectiveness of certain things. And it's also related to like politics as well. It's not really just like, you know, science alone.
All right, thank you guys so much and good luck.
Now, something that's extremely interesting, we're going to see a worldwide fund global map where we can all make a real difference. So most of us might know a few associations like WWF or UNICEF, but we've got two people here who have worked together from Lycée Ali Mayrisch, Paul Fontaine, who is 18, and Jonathan Carg-Despeux, who is 19, and they have developed a worldwide map with various organizations where one can make a difference.
Okay, yeah. All right, so how and why did you come up with this idea?
I came up with this idea because I basically want to change the world, and for me the best way to change the world is by raising funds, money. Yeah.
Now I'm seeing a globe spinning on your tablet, a worldwide fund map. Did you develop this, and how did you proceed with it?
Yes, I developed it with my friend, and we programmed actually the whole website ourselves without spending money at all. And what was the question again? So
how did you proceed with the development?
I mean, we thought about it, and we tried to we made a globe so that it's easier for people to have an idea where the NGOs are based and where they act and what they do in what countries, in what part of the country. So that's a big part of the idea, which actually. Yeah.
Did you only select a few NGOs, or did you go with all the ones that are known?
For the moment, this is not like the real website. We're not the real amounts of money, so. We just I forgot the question again.
So you just developed the global idea, and hopefully you can add more NGOs to it and make it accessible. All right, well, no problem. It looks very interesting. I definitely would use it because sometimes when you think you want to make a change, you want to fund someone, it's hard to find an NGO. Sometimes some NGOs are scamming people. So yes, this seems really reliable, and congratulations. Hopefully the juries like it. No problem.
And now we're moving to two people who I think are probably related. They have the same surname, Harald Sveen and Albert Sveen, 16 and 20. Harald is at the International School of Luxembourg and Albert is at Harvard College. And they are going to talk to us about rainwater, reading the rain. They have an analysis and prediction, environmental consequences of deforestation here in Luxembourg. So they've looked at rainwater, its links with vegetation, health and density. We feel like we have a lot of rainwater in Luxembourg, but how it affects the ground, we're not sure. So they've looked at pH impacts, NDVI, and rainwater and how that might be projected into the future. So let's talk to them.
Okay, hello. Do you want to give me a quick introduction to your project? Tell me a bit about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we essentially did is we gathered rainwater all around Luxembourg. We gave it to a lab, l'administration de la gestion de l'eau. They analyzed it for us, and so we sort of broke it down into its constituents. And what we're trying to find out is the effect of deforestation on sort of pH levels and sort of why we should care about that.
And why did you care about it? Like, how did you come up with this idea?
Yeah, so me and my brother, we love being outdoors, and so we always, whenever people ask us like, where are you from, we tell them we're from Luxembourg, right? And then they say, well, what's something special about Luxembourg? And well, it rains every day. And so we were really interested in trying to understand that and sort of the broader environmental impact.
All
Right, and how long has this entire research or process been?
Yeah, so we collected rainwater over the course of a couple weeks because we did that all over Luxembourg, 24 samples. We even had in France and Germany. But so this was a long process in terms of collecting the water, waiting for the results to get analyzed, and then working together to process the data.
And how do you feel about the project? Do you feel like you're done? Is it something that you want to further work on in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're really proud of what we've done. We've found sort of a very strict correlation between them. In terms of future studies, we'd love to break it down even more and try to find, deterministic factors that led to these changes and sort of get a precise result.
Okay, this sounds like a lot of interesting work. I'm really proud of everything y'all did. And good luck for the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving back to a food topic now, and it's all about sugar. Should we stop or replace sugar? We've got two 14-year-olds from Lycée Gaston Thorne, Pauline Gaston and Olivier Picard, and they are going to talk to us about our complete dependency on sugar in so many of our food products and whether there should be a limit or should we stop it entirely. So this is very, very interesting, and I would love to hear more. Pauline and Olivier.
Voilà. Alors les filles, je vois que vous parlez du sucre. Personnellement, j'aime beaucoup le sucré. Et je vois tout plein d'étoiles, un très beau tableau. Quel est le procédé de recherche?
Donc on fait un projet sur les alternatives au sucre, parce qu'on sait très bien que le sucre c'est mauvais pour la santé et que du coup on cherche des alternatives qui seraient meilleures pour la santé mais qui restent bonnes quand même en pâtisserie par exemple. Du coup là on a fait des muffins avec plein de sucres différents qu'on voit ici et on a testé du coup pour voir si ça donnait des bons résultats. Et puis bon après on a testé des recettes en utilisant ces sucres là et voilà.
Je vois ici que vous avez mis 2 étoiles au miel liquide alors que souvent les gens disent que le miel est mieux que le sucre de canne. En quoi votre recherche prouve le contraire?
En fait on essaye de trouver une alternative qui puisse être complètement incorporée dans des recettes normales et le miel il faut vraiment complètement changer la recette et du coup c'est pas forcément une alternative très facile.
Donc votre recherche consiste plus à une alternative dans la recette des pâtisseries et non en ce qui concerne la santé ou un mix des deux?
Plutôt un mix des deux.
Entendu, ça a l'air très bon, je vois le tableau est très bio et bonne chance à vous avec le jury alors. Pas de souci.
So we have reached the end number of the projects, but we missed out the first 19 projects because that's where the judges were for the first hour of the program. So we're going to go right back to project number 1, and this is Krishmir Hejik, who is 19 from Eindhoven University of Technology, and is going to talk to us about the adaptive camouflage generation using sequential wavelet observations of virtual quantum particles optimized for arbitrary environment replication. And it is the quantum year by UNESCO or one of these agencies. I know it's a quantum year, so I think we all have the imperative to learn something about quantum. So Krishmir, tell us a bit more about it.
Hello. I see this incredible construction on the table. Do you want to tell me a bit more about it?
Yeah, so basically this year I have created an algorithm to both generate and detect camouflage, and this is just an example implementation of it in a car basically. So there's a multi-LED display right here that can show real-time camouflage. Unfortunately, due to the current processing power in this car, it cannot do it in real time. However, I can project pre-processed camouflage patterns. Also, as I mentioned as soon as before, by accident I also discovered a new way of detecting camouflage, which I also included in my project paper, that uses a intersection of several complex Gabor filters to do.
And how did you, one part of it you found out by accident, but how did you come up with the main idea? Like, what inspired it?
Yeah, so my original idea, I started this project around 4 years ago, in 2021, and all that I remember right now is that camouflage generation was on my R&D schedule, so I just went ahead and did it, and completely by accident I discovered a way of doing it very quickly, and then in the last several months I also discovered a way of detecting it.
And how do you feel about it? Are you satisfied with the project? Do you think there's still a lot of work to do?
Certainly with the camouflage detection part, there's still quite a lot of work to do, as it was a very late addition to the project. So I haven't finished all the testing and R&D in it. However, the camouflage generation is pretty much almost ready for actual real-world implementation. It just needs some very minor modification.
All right. Well, then I wish you the best of luck with the project, and good luck.
Thank you.
So moving to project number 2, it's Christopher Garguglio. He's 17 from the Athénée de Luxembourg. Magnetized motion, how lubricating oils in ferrofluids affect friction on aluminium surfaces. So he has synthesized ferromagnetic particles and has created a ferrofluid, and then he tested the friction coefficient between different surfaces before and after applying different ferrofluids.
All right, so I'm seeing on your table raisin oil, which I've never seen in my life, and you're talking about their effect on ferrofluids. Tell me a little bit more, and which of these would be the better option?
Okay, so my project was to analyze how different oil-based ferrofluids would affect the friction coefficient between a magnet and an aluminum surface to see if we can use organic oils as a replacement to petroleum, in ferrofluids in industries, as the mining for petroleum is quite unsustainable, as we all know. And in my results, I found that peanut oil was actually a very good lubricant with the magnetite particles that I infused with it. And the second most was the sunflower oil, and grapeseed oil was the last one. Yeah.
All right, and this research, it will obviously help reduce the usage of petroleum, which is very polluting. Do you think by using these kind of oils, because you still need to produce the oil, which is also has an effect on biodiversity, is it a long-term better replacement, or would it also harm the biodiversity by using these plants?
Well, I think already the production of oils is not the most sustainable, as we all know, even these organic ones. But in comparison to the petroleum, I feel, at least for sure in the short term, the use of organic oils will be more sustainable. But what has to be researched is the degradation of these oils in the long term. Because they're organic, that means life can maybe live within it. And that could cause problems in industry and cause errors in your machines which you did not see before.
Well, very well explained, very well developed. Good luck to you with the jury, and have a nice day.
Now we're moving to Felicity Williams, who is 13 only and is from École Internationale Anne Beffort in Mersch. This is the first application from that school, I believe. And she has a project entitled How and Why Do Cancer Cells Form? That is a huge topic, so I'd love to know at the age of 13 what you have found, Felicity.
Hello. Well, yeah, this is a really important and interesting topic at the same time. Do you want to tell me how you came up with the idea, or like the motivation to do this as a project?
Well, a few of my friends, their relatives had had cancer, and so they would come to school, they would be really sad, they'd cry, and so I think the motivation for this is to kind of maybe show that it isn't as scary as it seems, and kind of because I think that's why it's so scary, because people don't really understand it.
Well, this is actually really beautiful motivation. And how long have you been working on this entire project?
I believe I started in December, so 3 months.
And, are you satisfied with like the results you've gotten? Do you feel like, did you expect more or less?
Well, I think this is the extent of the project that I've done, just because I had 2 questions, but I believe we could go further if you changed like the topic a bit more.
And did you like tell your friends about it already, or like was it something that you kind of kept to yourself? Did you do it on your own?
I told my classmates. I didn't really tell the friends whose relatives had cancer, because I thought it'd be a bit of a delicate matter. But I have had some friends read over my article. They did make fun of it, but
friends, I guess, you know. But all right, thank you so much. I love this topic genuinely, and I wish you the best of luck with it.
The next topic is more of a social sciences subject, a very deep and meaningful title, Expatriated Eastern Slavs in Luxembourg. It's from Laura Chichenko Ramirez, who is 19 from Lycée des Garçons in Luxembourg. And she has developed a study examining the social integration of Eastern Slavic migrants in Luxembourg, focusing on the language, social life, and self-reported satisfaction. So she has surveyed 73 respondents and is going to tell us about the patterns.
Okay, Laura, you are one of the few social researchers here. Tell me a bit more about your research.
So I made a study about Eastern Slavic people in Luxembourg, which are Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, and I wanted to analyze how they integrate socially. So how do they perceive integration? How do they experience it? And yes, so I have quite extensive results because I had lots of questions in my survey. So yes, I conducted the survey online, and I got 73 participants. In general, I found that Eastern Slavs tend to feel quite integrated here, and they are very satisfied with their social life despite having challenges with making friends and making connections.
And these challenges, would you say they come from a language barrier, cultural barrier? What are these examples of challenges?
Well, since Luxembourg is a very, very multicultural country and very multilingual, I think it's typical for immigrants to have struggles with adapting to the languages and to the culture. So yes, I think that's the main challenge for most migrants that come to Luxembourg.
However, you still said most of them integrated quite quickly. Is it because they easily learn the language, or is it thanks to the communities in Luxembourg? Maybe there are already some Slavic people that live here. How does the integration work?
Well, I guess because there's a very international environment here, they might not feel lonely as being immigrants because they see other international people, and lots of people speak English here, so they can navigate life and get a job just speaking English. So I think that's part of why they feel satisfied here.
Well, very interesting to me. I like these social aspects more than the scientific personally. So yeah, good luck to you. Hopefully the jury's liked it. Have a nice day.
So Sonia is now going to take us to Trash Split, it's an environmental sciences project, engineering project as well. It's by three people from the European School in Luxembourg in Mamar. They're all 17, Daniel Grassi, Antonio Brunetti and Lorenzo Gobbi. They have developed a trash bin, a rubbish bin that is in English, which can sort paper and plastic automatically. And so this is very, very important as we move into a more socially sustainable economy.
Hello, you guys. I love the matching T-shirts. Who wants to tell me first about your project?
So we noticed at our school that there is a big issue with the recycling. So we wanted to create this project, this trash split. There is a bin that can sort automatically plastic and paper.
And how did you come up with this idea? What inspired it?
We just noticing at school that the students were confused about the labels of the bins, where to use, so it would be a mess, and a lot of unsorted waste would come up at the end of the day. So we wanted to do this automatic bin in order to prevent the waste and recycle as much as possible.
And what was the most difficult part about the entire process?
Probably the circuit. I have made the circuit, and it was probably the most difficult thing to create because we didn't know really how. We had the idea, but we didn't know how to apply it. Then we thought about light, which passes through plastic and doesn't pass through paper. So we were able to create the circuit that allows the entire process, and it works.
In this process you're mentioning, how long did it take for it to finally work out?
From the moment we started creating the circuit and coded everything, I think about 2-3 months.
And are you satisfied? Do you think this is the final version, or is it something you want to keep working on in the future?
Definitely, we have a lot of material that we can improve upon. For example, we can try to sort more waste instead of only plastic and paper. And yeah, I think it has potential to become something bigger.
No, I agree, definitely. This would be really useful in a lot of school. So thank you guys, and good luck.
Thank you.
Our next project is very on topic of the moment. It's Michael Schustrov. He's 18 from the International School of Luxembourg. And Michael has done an economics report on the extent to which sanctions imposed on Russian aerospace has affected the sustainability of the German aerospace industry. So, of course, we know about the sanctions that are going on in geopolitics at the moment, and this focuses specifically on the Russian sanctions and how it affects German aerospace industries.
This is obviously an interest in planes and aviation. Have you always had an interest for that, or is it simply because of the current situation?
It's simply about the topic, and it's rather more about the economics and not as much as about the planes. The topic originates from the kind of the idea of every action having a reaction, you see, and what I basically did is calculated how much planes pollute before the sanctions imposed on Russian aerospace and after.
So would you say the effect is positive, negative, based on your data?
It's certainly negative. Planes, they used to fly over Russia to locations in Asia, in parts such as South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and now they have to do a detour. And on average, that detour is 700 kilometers longer than they used to fly to the same parts of the world. So it's definitely negative.
However, comprehending the sanction based on the current political situation, do you think we should put aside those reasons for the aerospace situation or maintain it?
Well, the sanctions will stay for as long as they need to stay. And this is more of a matter of, well, this is the fact, this is how it is, this is the kind of the counteraction of the sanctions. What we can do is develop technology that will prevent or like decrease the amount of pollution that is being emitted. Planes powered with what's called green energy, for example.
I mean, it says it all here, very obvious, very clear to us. Thank you very much, and good luck today.
So moving on from economics, we're now going to go back to sustainability. We have another person. It's Omar Spaak from the International School of Luxembourg. He is 13 and is going to talk about the grey water filter, how to use and reuse grey water to make it drinkable.
Hi, so I can read a lot about grey water. Do you want to tell me, first of all, what it is and like a bit about your project?
What grey water is? Well, grey water is basically just dirty water. So in my case, I'm doing water with soap, and like after you wash your hands, so I would take that water and put it through the prototype filter.
And what about this grey water? Are you researching like how we can reuse it?
Yeah, I'm researching about how we can reuse it, plus add to it like rainwater. And so far I just have like a prototype filter, like a basic one. And yeah.
And did you come up with this entire idea yourself? Did you take some like help?
I mean, the idea itself was my idea, but doing something with water and sustainability came from my friends. So.
And how do you feel about your prototype and how far you've come already?
I mean, like it's a success but also a failure in some ways. Like there's a lot of improvement to be made, so
that's part of science. I mean, like there's always room to improve, and you know, as you said, failing I guess is always the best way to learn. So this is something that you want to work on in the future to make it better, I guess?
Yeah, I would like to like do something else, like do the filter but like change it, so learn from the mistakes.
That's the best way to learn, definitely. And how long did you work on this? Like, how long did it take for you to build this?
To build it, it took me like a month or two, but the research took me since September. Yeah.
Well, that's really, you came a long way, and I wish you the best of luck for the future as well. Thank you.
So we have two ladies now from the International School of Luxembourg. We're on an ISL stream here. It's Yuxang Long and Rushirana Durba, who they're both 14. They are also giving us a project on scent. This is the second scent olfactory project we've had, and their project is entitled How Different Scent Mixtures Affect Human Emotions. So they have used 10 different scent mixtures made from 5 essential oils and put them in order of what they consider to be best to worst.
All right, girls. Scent and emotions. What made you come up with the idea?
Well, we just found it really interesting, and we realized how sometimes when you go to when you meet a new person and they don't smell very nice, you instantly find them less likable than you would have, and the opposite is true.
And you have some tests over here. What did your research consist of?
Well, so we had like these essential oils, and we were mixing them together according to this, and we put the mixtures on cotton pads and then put them in Ziploc bags, and then we had participants smelling them and rating them, basically.
And so based off the rating, would you say that reflected their emotion that they felt as they smelt it?
Pretty much. It didn't reflect our hypothesis, unfortunately, but we did get a wide range of data.
All right, well, this seems very interesting. It's the second scent-based research today. I liked both. Personally, I feel happy when I smell my mum making my favorite sauce. So, yeah, I wouldn't say this is oh, it's an African sauce. It's called, it's based with peanuts. So, yeah, thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Lenny. You're making us all hungry. We all want to know what your mum's recipe is. We're going to stay with ISL. We've got another couple of ladies, aged 13 and 14, Emmy Dawsa and Olivier Grybowski, and they are going to tell us all about safe drinking water, comparing ISL filtered, bottled and distilled water for quality. So this is also very interesting because in Luxembourg, we cannot get tap water from a restaurant. We have to buy bottled water.
Hello, ladies. Do you want to start off by telling me a bit about your project?
So basically, our experiment was investigating 5 different waters: still, distilled, sparkling, our school water, and our school water after filtration. And we were looking for the pH, TDS, ORP, EC, and salinity.
And how did you come up with this idea? What brought it up?
So basically, we already talked about this with our friends, how like our school water tastes like bitter and kind of metally, and we also talked about this to our teachers. And also, in 2024, analysis found a TFA acid, which is a forever pollutant. So we wanted to test if that was still like true, because that was last year. So.
And this entire testing, the entire process, how long has it taken you guys?
Like around a month and a half.
And do you think this is it? Like this is the final conclusion, or is this something that you will further work on, or is this?
We could. It depends. Like we might continue, but yeah.
All right. Well, I'm really proud of everything. I'm kind of having a look because this looks really interesting. Sorry, but yeah, good luck, you girls, and yeah, good luck for the future.
So now we're moving to another project from ISL. It's another 14-year-old. It's Roseanne Brassington, and she has looked into the sugar levels of bananas and how it increases with the ripening of bananas. She's used a refractometer to study this and investigate the Brix percentage, which indicates the sugar concentration in bananas.
I know I prefer a ripe banana over a green one, and I would not mind knowing why. Could you explain, please?
So riper bananas are more sweet than unripe ones, so it does make it like more enjoyable to eat and like just sweeter, yeah. So for my experiment, I chose like how does sugar level of bananas increase as they ripen, and to do this I used a handheld refractometer to measure the percentage of Brix in the juice of the banana, and the degrees Brix is pretty much measuring the amount of sweetness and sugar in the banana.
And this happens why? How does it?
The starch breaks down into sugars, and they just kind of multiply as the banana gets more ripe.
And this applies to each fruit, or is it simply bananas? Do other fruits have different processes, or did you only research for the bananas?
I only researched bananas, but I have had some of the juries telling me that it would be interesting to also do other fruits and like not just bananas, and also maybe compare them.
Well, this is very interesting, making me hungry once again. So good luck with the jury and have a nice day.
And now to rivers. Again, we've had water being a consistent theme throughout some projects. This is about whether rivers are in a rural area, an urban area, or beside a road, and how does that affect the amount of microplastics within that river. This is a project from a 14 and 15-year-old at St. George's International School, Tsipora Dana, who is 14, and Francisca Gutsch, who is 15. So over to you, ladies.
Hello, ladies. Do you want to give me a quick introduction to your project? Tell me a bit about it.
So we investigated if the environment a river is in affects the amount of microplastics in it.
All right. And how did you come up with this idea initially?
Well, we were inspired by our teacher who taught us a lot about microplastics in an after-school class, and it interested us a lot. And we've also done Marie Jeunesse, so we saw a lot of the environment and started to worry about it.
Okay. And how long has this entire process taken you guys?
We started around September, but it was a gradual project and we took samples in December.
Have you already seen the jury? How did that go?
It went really it was really great, and they were really nice and interested and asked quite a few questions.
And do you think this is a project that you will work on in the future, or are you pretty much satisfied with the conclusion that you have?
Well, we hope to large scale it a bit more, take more samples and make it more accurate in the future.
All right, and this is the first year that you're participating in this contest. Would you recommend it to other people? Yes?
Yeah. It's really fun so far.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that, you girls. And yeah, good luck for, further investigating everything, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Bonan Klumchuk is 14 from St. George's School and has done a project to investigate how shopping affects mental health in teens and adults. So a lot of us shop online these days. Sometimes we go out to the actual shops. Does it have a positive or negative effect on our mental health? I am very curious to know.
So shopping as a teen and an adult, I don't shop that often, although sometimes I do go on splurges. Explain why.
So basically shopping is for everybody. Everybody likes shopping, except you said. But so basically I found out that we have 40, in my survey, there was 41% teenagers and 59% adults participated. So, and teens mostly had happiness, accomplishment and guilt when they were shopping. But adults had more emotions like, let's say, productivity, anger and calmness. This could be because maybe adults don't know how to, teens don't know how to express their emotions, while teens don't know, but adults know how to express their emotions. So after shopping, adults mostly had improvements, while teens had no effect. So my conclusion is that shopping impacts teens and adults differently, reflecting their emotional and psychological needs. Teens tend to experience shopping as an emotional ride, feeling happiness, guilt, or indifference. At the same time, adults have more complex relationship with spending, using it boost as coping mechanism and source of stress. While teens seek comfort in clothes and food, adults focus on improving their surroundings. Ultimately, whether for fun, necessities, or self-care, shopping plays a role in how we all try to navigate our emotions and improve our well-being. That's it.
Well, I think your research is accurate. I definitely feel guilty after splurging on food or whatever. So, yeah, good job. Hopefully the juries liked it too. And have a nice day.
Thank you very much to you two there. Now we're moving on to a couple from St. George's International School, Isabella Stenton-Williams and Leonardo Magnani. Their project is entitled, Is it possible to create a shrapnel-proof blanket to protect people in war zones? And when I read this title, I feel quite saddened. Obviously, it's a wonderful title, but I feel quite saddened that young people are seeing so much more in the world that they are having to think about developing things like this. However, can you actually develop a shrapnel-proof blanket?
Hello. Can I first start off by asking what a shrapnel is? Because me personally, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Okay, so shrapnel is the little specks of either, it could be glass shrapnel, bullet shrapnel, gun shrapnel, bomb shrapnel that will get into your skin, bloodstream, create toxins, and will eventually kill you.
And so in relation to your project, what inspired it? What is your project about, actually?
So our project is about basically creating a fabric or a blanket that can, prevent these projectiles, small objects, from getting into contact with your skin and your body and stopping them from getting into your bloodstream and killing you.
So you're telling me the blanket that I have at home is harming me, or is it not every blanket?
No, it's
specifically for in war zones. It would protect you if, say, a bomb had gone off and you're trying to find shelter. You grab the blanket, you throw it over your head. It could maybe maybe 2 or 3 people can go under it, and you'll go into shelter with the blanket over you, so it can just help you make it.
How did you come up with this idea? Because I guess it's genuinely really specific.
Yeah, so just basically watching the news, seeing what's going on in the world, also having friends coming from countries in war at this minute, and just hearing from their personal experiences.
That's really, really considerate, genuinely. I really like the project, and I wish you the best of luck with it in the future.
Thank you.
TikTok. TikTok is where we're going next. What is the influence of TikTok on our media attention, our memory attention? How is it affecting adolescents and their memories? And this is a project from 17-year-old Kylo Bandari from the Ateneo. So Kylo has looked into this to investigate studying TikTok, watching TikTok, short-term attention span and memory. Participants were exposed to 7 minutes of stimuli and were then asked to answer questions. So Kylo, tell us more.
So TikTok, I will admit I'm sometimes addicted to the app. So how can your research help me get rid of it?
So my research is basically trying to see if there's actually an impact of watching TikTok on your attention and memory. So I found that in the participants I had, there was an impact, that people were performing better after reading a book rather than watching TikTok. So it's more for recommendations that I recommend maybe don't watch TikTok while studying.
And your research, so these participants, were they in your school, were they friends? How did you proceed?
So this was a proximity way of getting the participants, so I knew all of them personally, so they were my friends, and I tried to find people of my age range, so between 14 and 18 years old.
And so now, after these results, those participants, have they decided to let go of the app? Are they reading more, or are they still addicts like I am?
Well, some of them decide to lock in for school time, so they deleted TikTok, or they just don't use it as much. They have a time limit. Some of them don't really care that much. So, I mean, to each their own.
After seeing your chart and hearing you out, I think I should definitely proceed with deleting the app and focusing more on reading. Thank you very much. This seems very interesting. Hopefully the juries were as interested too. Good luck.
Slava Haritsanova is 18. She is from the European School of Luxembourg in Kirchberg and has studied risk-taking behavior. Now, this has been associated with some mental states such as ADHD. Risk-taking is, of course, a form of decision-making. It involves behavior of potential uncertainty, loss, possibly harm as an outcome. And so in her work in social sciences, she has asked the question whether or not risk-taking, what it depends on in the individual, theoretical, empirical study to give us some answers. And I would like to know more. Please tell us.
So, hello. I really like the title, actually, risk-taking behavior. Do you want to tell me about the project? What is it? What is actually behind this title?
Well, it is what it says in the title. It is researching risk-taking behavior and what different factors are influencing it. So psychological, physiological, and social factors. So I did a survey and social experiments.
Okay. I see the under 18 is a big part of it. Okay, gender, men. Oh, 50-50. Okay, I would not have expected that. Did you actually go in with any expectations and hypotheses, or?
Well, yes. It is a general understanding and assumption that men and young people take more risks, and I did go with that assumption and that hypothesis, and it was actually my research supports it as well.
And how long did this entire research and process take you?
Ooh, I don't know. The survey, I think, was around a week to get the responses, and I think in general, research before that and afterwards analysis, probably a month.
And since I remember you from last year, I know this is not your first time being here. How do you feel about this year's project? Are you more confident, less? How do you feel?
Well, it's definitely different from last year. I have a bit more experience, and I hope I did well this time.
Did you already see the jury?
Yes, I had all the 4 sessions.
Okay. How do you? What's your verdict? How do you feel?
I think good. I think they went well, but we'll see. Yeah.
Well, confidence is key. That's the best part about it. And well, I wish you the best of luck and the best of results with the jury. So yeah, have a good day.
Sticking with the social sciences, our next project is about scrolling. I'm quite sure my wonderful cameraman is not scrolling in front of me. And the title of this project is Does Scrolling Impact the Short-Term Memory? It's from St. George's International School. It's Anaya Chowdhury. She is 15 years old. This is an open space here. We have students in their lunch break from all of the schools around here in Geesseknäppchen, if you heard that through my microphone. But let's move back to Anaya, who is from St. George's School. Does scrolling impact the short-term memory?
Okay, Anaya, your research, scrolling, short-term memory, tell me more about it, please.
Okay, so I did this study because I honestly think that scrolling, it's a really common habit nowadays on TikTok, Instagram. So I wanted to see if it impacts the short-term memory. So in neuropsychology, there's this really common model, the multi-store model of memory. It really describes how memories get inputted into our brains. You have the sensory memory, and that's incoming information. And then if you pay attention to it, then it gets encoded into the short-term memory. And that's really what I wanted to look at today. So you know how if you have a shopping list and you have items on a shopping list, you're not going to remember all of them if you put it away and only look at it for a bit. So it's very limited in duration. It lasts about 15 to 30 seconds. And then capacity, so it remembers about 7 units of information. What I wanted to see was how, how scrolling, the act of like looking constantly at videos on your phone, how it impacts the short-term memory.
Would the duration of the video vary the impact, or is it simply the fact of scrolling away and making you forget it?
Well, it's simply the act of like scrolling and exposing your brain to like a vast like amount of auditory, visual like stimuli, and basically an overload of information. Basically, what happens when you scroll, you get a rush of dopamine to your brain, and it really overstimulates the brain. It really like floods the brain with lots of chemicals, and that's why I decided to like investigate this. So the length of the video it doesn't really matter if it varies. It's more about like the oncoming information into the brain.
Well, I already decided I need to take a break from TikTok, so this is motivating me to do so. So thank you very much, and good luck with the jury.
So now we're moving to something else. It's not about scrolling. It's from Maxim Lebedev. He's 16. He's from GRGD, which is a school in Vienna, Austria. Flash chords, a software for the recognition of guitar chords using various machine learning algorithms and assessing their performance. So perhaps this is not only a way to develop new sounds in music, but a fascinating new way to use machine learning. So tell us more about this, Maxime.
Yes, Maxime. Do you want to tell us more about your project or give us like a quick introduction to it?
Yeah, sure thing. So I made an application which you can use to train guitar chords. Basically learn how to play them, memorize the shapes. And in order to do that, I tested 5 different machine learning models in order to see which one performs the best for this kind of application.
And what inspired this idea?
So I started playing guitar in October this year, and I realized that it was kind of difficult to learn all of these different chord shapes. So I started thinking of a way of how this could be made easier.
So you were technically the first like test bunny. Did you test it with other people, like all of those methods? Did you see which one people preferred, or was it really just personal?
It was more personal. Unfortunately, there's nobody in my family who really plays guitar except for me. So it's more of just me testing it.
Yeah, and did you tell your family about it? Like, did you tell your friends about it, or are you genuinely just working on this by yourself? Did you need extra help?
I told my family I needed extra help because my computer wasn't really good enough to record all these recordings, so I used my dad's computer for the recordings.
And how long has the process been? So since you started playing the guitar in October, or?
I started a bit after. I'd say actual work on the project itself, like writing all the scripts and everything, that started around November.
And how do you feel with the jury's response to it?
Well, hopefully it was good. I mean, I saw some pretty interested reactions, so we'll see.
Well, then good luck with that, and have a good day.
So moving from guitars to the double helix, many of us heard about CRISPR. It's a while ago since CRISPR was developed, but we're going to move beyond the double helix now, exploring CRISPR with technology and creativity. This is a project from a 12-year-old at the Astronova School. It's Oha Kirakova, and she's going to talk to us about a paper to introduce CRISPR to young scientists through a variety of different projects and activities. So over to you, Olga.
Okay, Olga. So I've heard about CRISPR. When I hear it, I think about crisps. What can you tell me other than that?
Okay. So CRISPR is a gene editing tool used by bacteria, but thanks to Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna, it can now be used in any organism to treat genetic conditions like sickle cell anemia and cystic fibrosis.
All right, I see you have multiple models, very colorful, very nice presentation. Could you explain the little robot, for example? What does it do?
Yeah, so all these three are kind of projects to explain CRISPR to young learners, to a younger audience. So my first one is this robot. So it represents Cas9 and it has a guide RNA attached to it. And the goal is that it will go down and match up its guide RNA with the DNA sequence, and then it will cut out the faulty gene. My second project, which you can see right there, is about aqua beads. So these are small beads which connect together with water, and I created 5 different templates for different things related with CRISPR-Cas9 and with biology in general, like for instance the DNA model and how proteins are made. And my third project is this graphic novel. So it's a comic strip about Emmanuelle Charpentier's life and how she got the Nobel Prize together with Jennifer Doudna. And my last one is the app, which you can see on the computer. So it's an AI-generated app made in Party Rock, which teaches kids about CRISPR. So you type in your age, and then it gives you information, which is age-based. Then you get a quiz, you get a prize for it, and you can also learn about one of the 7 mutations.
So as you can see, you're never too young to learn or never too young to teach, because I definitely learned something new. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Keep Pengsu is only 16 from ISL, the International School of Luxembourg, and he has developed a project about chemistry, about engineering. It's all about carbon nanotubes and whether or not they enhance the efficiency of passive cooling on computer chips and electronics, something that is increasingly important as we live on these devices all of the time. Our entire working lives, our home lives, everything we are going to do in the future requires efficient cooling, and it's also a sustainability question as well. So please tell us more about your project.
Yes, hello. Do you want to tell me a bit about your project?
So this project is about whether or not do carbon nanotubes enhance the efficiency of passive cooling. And so I did some research about copper and carbon nanotubes, so its basic structure, its properties, and ways to synthesize it.
And what inspired this? How did you get the idea to do a whole project?
So my cousin studied material in university, and we had a conversation about carbon nanotubes a while back. So I thought it'd be very cool to do a project on carbon nanotubes.
Is this the first time you're doing a big project, or are you familiar with the
this is the first time I'm writing my own project paper, creating my poster, and this is also my first time coming to Jonk Fuerscher.
Okay. Would you recommend it? Do you like it up until now? How do you feel?
I think it's a very nice opportunity for students to do their own research and present their own unique ideas. I'll definitely recommend it to other people.
Okay, and how do you feel with the jury coming? I think you already saw them.
Yeah, I think they give me very useful feedbacks, and I'll definitely use those feedbacks in my future studies.
Okay, so is this something you want to further work on in the future, or do you think you're settled on this project specifically, like it's a closed case?
I think I'll work on something new in the future, maybe another aspect and another project.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, after that project, we're going to hop back to Project 52. It's a project by Avanti Sharma. She has been here many times with other projects. They're usually in computer science. She's at the European School in Luxembourg in Kirchberg. And this is about Studified. It's a software process for verifying student identities online. And so with Studified, she's trademarked it already. She wants to modify it. It's a software plugin for verifying student identities online. It works towards protecting the younger generation from catfishing and impersonation attacks on social media. Again, last year her project was along these lines, engineering, computer science. It's also what her mother and brother work in a lot as well. So she has a lot of support at home. I know she's always been into coding since she was very young. And of course, we need more females in the coding society. But before we get to her, I want to give a massive thank you to Lenny and also to Sonia for doing fantastic work on the ground, but most particular to all of the young people who have developed their projects alongside all of their other activities and their educational activities, because it's not easy being a teenager with so much loaded upon you. We've had great representation from all of the schools in Luxembourg and beyond into the universities where these Luxembourg students go on to attend, coming back to attend this Jonk Fuerscher competition, which is open to anybody aged 11 to 21 here in Luxembourg, an annual science competition. Thank you to all of the organisational team. They have put in tremendous work. A huge shout out to Daniela Arcone, to Guillaume Trapp, and of course Susanna Eyang, who herself has a non-science background but has found herself within this science world, and year on year the number of participants are increasing. So just to echo what Susanna said at the top of the morning, she said that this year we have 141 participants. As it's growing exponentially, there is a likelihood that for the 2026 competition there will be a pre-selection process. So even though the competition is 11 to 21, there is of course a massive understanding in the different level of understanding of science and engineering and social sciences within this range. So next year there'll probably be a pre-selection process, and we have also seen a huge range today in the number of science projects. We've seen some thinking about what's going on geopolitically, and we have seen something going on as well when it comes to the social sciences, not just that, but the effects of social media. If I was just to reflect on some of the competitions here, the project titles we've had through chemistry, we've had some looking at brain cancers, more generally at long-term cancers and the use of vaccines. We have a lot of emphasis on space engineering and astrophysics here in Luxembourg. Of course, because we have the link to ESRIC, we have the European Space Innovation Centre, and I think we now can move to Avanti Sharma.
Good. All right. Last but not least, Avanti with her app Studify. Tell me more.
Yes, so my app works towards protecting teens online on social media platforms, and there's actually quite a scary statistic, is right now in Europe alone, 37% of children aged 5 to 17 have communicated with a stranger online. This is a study by the European Parliament. Another study found that over half of internet offenders disguise their identity online, and on average, these offenders are in a higher age bracket than their victims, so they're older than who they target. So Studified is a way for a student for kind of authenticating and verifying the account of a student online on social media, and this way, like if you receive a Studified badge, you can actually limit your direct messages and follow requests from like only other student verified accounts. In addition, I also have this feature where students can kind of learn more about why it's important to be safe online. So that's why I have like an AI-powered chatbot which students can actually interact with and ask questions for them to kind of learn more and understand about this problem.
And how does your app distinguish other than being verified? Like, does it see how the profile is made and everything with all the details? Or
Exactly. So what happens is you actually have, I can show you guys, you actually have like a quick form you fill up inside your social media. So it's a plugin, it's all secure, it doesn't go to the social media. But you have to kind of enter some of your credentials, and Studified matches these credentials with the student database of your country or of your institution. So in Luxembourg, very lucky, we have a country national database, but in other schools and universities you also have that. And then it verifies, it proves it correct, and then it continues.
Well, this is all very well thought out. I have younger siblings. I wouldn't like them talking to a stranger, so I really much appreciate the initiative. It looks, wow, I don't see any issue with it. You've definitely put a lot of thought into it, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Avanti. Thank you, Sonia, as well. So from us here for this live stream, it's a wrap, but I just want to kind of go back to the top of the show. It is the 54th edition of the Jonk Fuerscher contest. That is the young person's science competition here in Luxembourg. We're at the Forum Geesseknäppchen. It is open to the public from 1 till 4 p.m. tomorrow. That is Saturday the 15th of March, open to the public. We've got some young people in the audience here right now having their lunch because, of course, the Forum is surrounded by schools here in Luxembourg. Thank you so much to all of the people who have taken part in this competition. Thank you to the teachers who have been actively involved in supporting the science projects, to the parents as well. I know, and I can see in some of the projects there's been a high parental involvement in some of these projects. Thank you to the judges. You're going to have such a difficult choice when it comes to how to think about these projects. They are are very, very well versed in such a range of topics as well. Huge thank you to all of the young people who have come back from their universities to participate in this competition. And for anybody who loves science, I think we can feel certain that we have some very curious and attentive minds who are going to help us as we move into the future for science, for innovation and for technological advancement, and also the social sciences, whether it be psychology, economics or others as well. And just to re-emphasize the breakdown of projects for these 141 participants, about a quarter biological medical, about a quarter chemistry, physics, environmental and astronomy sciences, a quarter IT, data engineering and space engineering, where still we have more males than females in that category. And then about a quarter with the social humanities sciences, which incorporates economics, psychology and philosophy as well. So for 2026, do think about entering. If you feel enticed, come and take a look at these projects tomorrow from 1 till 4 p.m. And with that, I just want to say a huge thank you to the technical team. I can see one of you behind me, and the others are also making sure all of this works on the live stream, which I can see right now in front of us. Thank you so much to Lenny and Sonia. Really huge thanks, because I know they have a heavy workload as well. They're students themselves, aged just 20. Thank you for watching, for participating, and the biggest thanks of all goes to the organisation team of FJSL and for all of the participants. And here we have Sonia. Sonia, say thank you online. We're still streaming. So, and Sonia, if I may say, is doing all this on Ramadan without eating. So it's a huge thank you to us, and thank you to Lenny as well. And with that, have a wonderful lunch. Thank you.